Very discreet. Good afternoon and welcome to Alexander Park for the round number 4 of WA Men's State League. Alexander Park coming up against Kings Park at the hallowed turf of Alexander Park, former Club of the Year at the John Newcomb Industry Awards. My name is Brett Patton. This broadcast brought to you courtesy of Scotty's Media. Wenora, situated in the leafy suburb right between Yokine, North Perth, Mount Lawley. If you want to come down, watch the state's best players going around in the WA Men's State League, please do. Alexander Park, entry is free. The drinks are cold. Looking forward to a big day's play. Just running through the list for Alexander Park. Matthew Ebden, number 1 player for Alexander Park today. Former top 40 player in the world, former Davis Cup player. Jerome Iconi, sitting in the number 2 spot. Dan Downey, and followed by his brother Alex Downey. The top 4 players for Alexander Park will be coming up against a very steadfast and experienced Royal Kings Park Tennis Club. And if you would have tuned into Scotty's Media last week, we broadcast from Kings Park and watched Peppermint Grove defeat Royal Kings Park Men's State League team. Kings Park come in today, minus their number 1 player, Jake Robinson. Slight injury on the back of his singles last week against Tim Gray. Slipped in the second set. Tore his hamstrings. Unfortunately, we're not going to see Jake Robinson, who's one of the finer players in the Men's State League. He's going to be ably replaced by Brenton Bacon. Brenton, former touring player, hitting partner, coach of John Pearce. It's great to see Brenton Bacon making his State League debut for 2020-2021. Number 2 spot on camera, Sam Ashenden. Number 3, Jaron Stafford. And number 4, Dean Cochran, who's been promoted from Division 1 up into State League on the back of some wonderful performances over the last couple of weeks. I'm looking forward to a very big day here today. Again, my name is Brett Patton. This broadcast is brought to you by Scotty's Media. And at Court Talk, you can tune into Court Talk 8 a.m. tomorrow morning on 91.3 Sport FM. The Big D, myself, will give you an update of all that's happened in the Men's and Women's State League and all that's happening around the globe. We're going to give you some results throughout the day, keep you updated with what's actually happening Men's and Women's State League. So stay tuned. Looking forward to a very big day's play. Just waiting for Jaren, waiting for Alex and Dean on court number 2. As we can see there on camera now, just warming up. And waiting for Jerome O'Connor and Sam Ashton to make their appearance after warming up for 5 minutes. Looking forward to a long day broadcast. Conditions are absolutely perfect. 29 degrees, not a drop of wind. These two have played a number of times. Sam Ashton leads the head-to-head against Jerome O'Connor, particularly on grass. Jerome, 18 years old, been accepted into university on a scholarship. Was meant to leave in August 2020. Unfortunately, COVID has played some problems in getting the college kids across from Australia back into the college system under a pretty good tennis regime. No doubt we'll see Jerome starring at college level in 2021. About to commence, Sam Ashton serving with new balls. Similar style game, Jerome O'Connor and Sam Ashton both play from the back of the court. You'll see Sam use the slice forehand quite often. Jerome doesn't have that in his repertoire. He likes to go after the forehand. Sam Ashton, a wily stager and a journeyman at the men's state league level for many, many years. Slow start for Sam Ashton, start of the first set. Came off the back of a good win last week, defeating the highly fancied Peppermint Grove player, Dom Bouchard. Jerome off to a love 40 start in the opening game against Sam Ashton from Kings Park. Jerome, of course, has been playing and sparring a lot with Matthew Ebden throughout the winter months, hitting on the hallowed courts, clay courts at UWA. Really honed his craft playing, spending at least 20 to 25 hours on court in the past 6 months. Starting to pay off, starting to see some good results from Jerome. Great opening game there from Jerome O'Connor. 2 forehand winners, a couple of unforced errors by Sam Ashton. Gets the early break. So we switch across, watching Alex Downey come up against Dean Cochran. Alex Downey in all white, closest to the camera. Dean Cochran sporting the all blue. Talk about similar styles of game. Both Alex and Dean really will just play predominantly from the back of the court. Rarely will they come into the net. The grass courts here do allow base court play, given the flatness of them and the firmness of the courts here at Alexander Park. Some of the best grass courts you'll find anywhere in the world. As we skip back to court number 1, Jerome ready. A few unforced errors coming off the backhand wing of Sam Ashton to start the match. Jerome O'Connor, early break, leading 1 love, 15 love. And another Another backhand long by Sam, really not getting into his rhythm early. Jerome O'Connor, 30 love, leading 1 game to love, early break. Five unforced errors for Sam to start the match. Yet to win a point. In the first 5 minutes of this opening set, Jerome O'Connor leads 1 game to love and 40 love on serve. Sam generally a very consistent player. Jerome's fresh, came off a bye last week. Alexander Park, of course, had the enforced bye, along with his teammates. First double fault for Jerome. 40-15. Broadcast brought to you by Scotty's Media. My name is Brett Patton from the Court Talk commentary team. Jerome O'Connor from Alexander Park, closest to the camera in all white. Sam Ashton, Royal Kings Park, furthest from the camera. Sam actually called his backhand wide. It's another unforced error from Sam Ashton to start the first set. Goes behind love 2. Nice early break for Jerome from Alexander Park Tennis Club. Bit of work to do. Sam Ashton, too many unforced errors. First 2 games, he's committed 5 unforced errors, mainly off the backhand wing. Sam getting on top of himself, a little bit disappointed with the way he started this match, as you heard there from the courtside mic. Another unforced error, carrying off the backhand wing of Sam Ashton. Broadcasting centre court today, courts 1 and 2. Alexander Park Tennis Club, situated suburb Menora, right between Yokine and North Perth, Mount Lawley. Hidden gem. And another long backhand. 7 unforced errors in the first 2.5 games from Sam Ashton. Smiling at himself. A little bit frustrated with the way he's playing at the opening stages of this first set.
Sorry.
Better point constructed by Sam Ashton. That's what we've come to know over the many years of Sam playing at the highest level in WA tennis, men's state league. Uses his spins, his slice backhand, slice forehand to great effect. Does like to move forward. Found his range. Jerome O'Connor leading 2 games to love. Sam down 15-30. Nice big serve deep to the backhand wing of Jerome O'Connor, forcing a stretch and unforced error. Bit of rhythm now for Sam. Big serve down the tee. Caught Jerome on the back foot. Skip across and watch court number 2. Closer to the camera, Dean Cochran from Kings Park Tennis Club coming up against Alex Downey. Serving, far end of the court. Alex got an early break, leading 1 game to love against Dean. style of play will come accustomed to watch between Dean and Alex. A lot of baseline rallies. Both players reluctant to move forward, be aggressive. Back to court number 1. Sam Ashton serving against Jerome O'Coney. You hear the crowd appreciating the return and the passing attempt by Jerome O'Coney. Finds himself up 30-40, already leading 2 games to love against Sam Ashton. Further extent of the court, serving. Yeah, wonderful rally. Good hands for Sam Ashton at the net. Should have really done more with that overhead smash. Hit it mid-court. Jerome had an opportunity to pass him on 2 or 3 occasions. Couldn't find his range. Gets back to deuce. Could almost push the door shut if Sam had dropped that second serve. Would have gone down 3 loves. 2 breaks of serve at the start of this first set. Dug in. Sam Ashton and further ascent from the court. Serving at deuce, down 2 games to love opening set against Jerome O'Coney. First backhand outright winner from Jerome. Passing shot down the line. Jerome with his name branded across the back of his shirt, closest to the camera. One of the better juniors in WA and across Australia over the last couple of years. Honed his craft here at Alexander Park Tennis Club. Another break point opportunity for Jerome. Already leading 2 games to love. Sam Ashton serving. Nice serve again out to that backhand wing. Jerome struggling to pick that wide ball. Brought to you by Scotty's Media. My name is Brett Patton. Tune into Court Talk, 91.3 Sport FM tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Get an update of the day's play, men's and women's state league. Overplayed, backhand long. First unforced error by Jerome today. Leading 2 games to love. Broke Sam in the opening game of the first set. So we skip across to watch Dean Cochran closest to the camera, pushing his backhand long against Alex Downey. Downey leading 2 games to love with an early break. Yep. Sam Ashton holding serve, getting on the board first set. 2 games to 1, Jerome O'Coney. Up to a quick start as we're watching Dean Cochran closest to the camera. Overplaying the backhand just a fraction long by Alex Downey. Comes into the match with much to prove. A loose start for Alex at the start of the WA State League season. Yet to get a win at singles level. Dean Cochran mainly playing Division 1. Gets his chance to step up into State League. Has been a regular Royal Kings Park State League team for a number of years. Nice serve into the body. Jamming Alex Downey, forcing the unforced error off the backhand wing, pushing it wide and long. Dean just coming back into shot. Big serve. It's going to be a long day between Alex and Dean. Both players, again, reluctant to move forward. The game is built around their ground strokes. The sorry mate that Pat Rafter made famous, holding up the first serve when the toss is in the right spot. First attempt to serve and volley, and just see there, the half volley pushed a little long from Dean. Very few and far between serve and volley points. We'll stay on the Dean-Alex match till the change of ends. Sam Ashton and Jerome O'Coney have commenced their 4th game of the first set. Court number 1, just off camera. Unforced error off the backhand wing from Dean. Does prefer the backhand over his forehand. Takes big cuts at the ball off the forehand wing, as you'll see. Arm straight back. Extreme forehand grip. Prone to error, particularly when the ball's coming through below knee when it bounces. Broadcast brought to you by Scotty's Media. Get onto Facebook, like it, YouTube channel, bringing you all the WA Men's and Women's State League for the summer of 2021. Pushing that backhand wide, Alex again, unforced error off the backhand wing. Does like the ball coming through at pace. Sometimes gets caught when there is a little bit of a bad hop. Straight back as we move back to court one. We see Sam Ashton get the break straight back. 2 games all for backhand error from Jerome. Jerome's error count off that backhand wing after 4 games. He's made 2 backhand errors. Sam Ashton's closest to the camera serving, back on serve after dropping his opening service game. Nice serve down the tee. First ace for the day for Sam Ashton. Starting to find his rhythm. Came out of the blocks very slow, very un-Sam-like. You start to see him get into more of a rhythm, particularly playing the slices off the backhand and the forehand. You'll see Sam move forward, be as aggressive as he possibly can. Jerome's game is again built from the back of the court. Likes to hit the big passing shots. Nice serve out wide too, aces in a row. Coming off the racket of Sam Ashton. Royal Kings Park, playing Alexander Park here. Round number 4, the WA Men's State League competition. We'll give you the updates from all the other matches around the grounds throughout the broadcast. A couple of unforced errors starting to creep into Jerome's game. A little bit frustrated going to the towel. Jerome at the back of the court, all white. Sam Ashton from Kings Park serving closest to the camera. Another serve, 3 aces in that game, starting to find a groove. And skips to the change of ends, leading 3 games to 2 against Jerome O'Connor. We skip back to court number 2. Dean Cochran in all blue, closest to the camera, against Alex Downey from Alexander Park. Customary to see this style of game on the grass from these 2 players, mainly back of the court. Do like the ground strokes, don't like to be aggressive and move forward. Dino wearing the wristbands very high on the forearm, a la Michael Jordan. Doesn't mind wearing the tight T-shirts. Rumour has it that they hand out the extra large every year for the teams, and he likes to get it in the dryer straight away and shrink it down to about a medium. Yeah, beautiful serve and volley. Dean Cochran holding serve. As we move back to court number 1, seeing Sam have a chat to himself at the change of ends. Colourful character Sam Ashton, doesn't mind vocalising how he's feeling on court. Likes to get in the grill of his opponents, likes to res up his teammates and also put a little bit of smackdown on the opposition. We see a little bit of that today. Loves performing in front of a big crowd. As much as we're enjoying watching the tennis, players are out here entertaining. I think Sam sees himself as an entertainer first, tennis player second. Broadcast brought to you by Scotty's Media. My name's Brett Patton. Broadcasting Alexander Park, Royal Kings Park here at Alexander Park Tennis Club throughout the day. Keeping you up to date with all the other matches from around the grounds as the broadcast continues. Unforced error count still very high for Sam Ashton at the start of this second set. 5 games in. Jerome broke very early, had opportunities to break again. Sam Ashton fought back and holds the lead 3 games to 2. Opening set. Beautifully played high backhand. Well, not a very easy shot to be playing. Moving forward, taking the ball aggressively out of the air. Here, the customary double clap here at Alexander Park's become quite synonymous with supporting the Alexander Park State League team. Around the grounds, we're watching Alexander Park playing the Division 1 against Mount Lawley, just behind. Beautiful backhand winner. The crowd are going up, starting to get right behind Jerome O'Coney. Real crowd favourite here. And his sister Chanel. Chanel, unfortunately, is playing at Kings Park in the women's team. Has won a state league there for Kings Park a couple of seasons ago. Junior product of Alexander Park Tennis Club, Jerome and sister Chanel. Pushing that forehand wide again. Unforced error off the forehand wing. 3 games all. First set. Flick across to watch Alex Downey serving. Leading 2-1 against Dean Cochran. Alex Downey closest to the camera in all white. Up an early break. Probably hear a little bit of wind picking up. Court mics, my mic, a little bit of breeze around, blowing a few of the papers around. So we kick back to the top court. Sam Ashton coming in at number 2 today for Royal Kings Park against Jerome O'Coney. See the frustrating starting to build Jerome's game. Too many unforced errors. Broadcast brought to you by Scotty's Media. Big shout out to Quinton in Singapore. He's tuned in. Good to have you on board, Quinton. No doubt enjoying today's broadcast. Give us a thumbs up, a like, a question. Happy to ask and answer any questions throughout today's broadcast. Unforced error, really forcing Jerome to come up with something special. Couldn't on that occasion. It's the pressure Sam will put on his opponents. Does play unpredictably. Stays back, slices forehand and backhand. Will move forward. Beautiful. Forehand winner, Jerome O'Coney. His 4th forehand winner in the first set. On serve, 3 games all. Any questions, please ask. My name is Brett Patton. Broadcast brought to you by Scotty's Media. If you want to tune in to Court Talk on 91.3 Sport FM, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, you'll get an update of today's play and all the men's and women's state league matches. We'll keep you across some of the results throughout the day's broadcast. Pushing that forehand volley wide. Sam Ashton under extreme pressure. That was a tough shot. Ball dipping, moving quickly towards the net. Just couldn't control the low volley. Floated it up. Fair to say, if had it bounced in, Jerome had an open target down the line. Big come on from Sam Ashton. Got out of jail there. It was a wonderfully played point for Jerome O'Coney. Fortunately, overplaying the forehand cross court. Didn't get himself into position at all. A little bit of cat and mouse out here between Sam Ashton and furthest from the court, serving for Royal Kings Park. Coming up against his junior opponent, 12 years age gap. Sam Ashton, 30. Jerome O'Coney, 18. Sam's been playing state league for the best part of 12 years. Kings Park, Wembley Downs. Two of the last few clubs he's played at. Let. Beautiful serve volley. Backhand deep into the backhand wing. Goes up 4-3, Sam Essendon, after coming back from an early break, skipping across to court number 2. Dean Cochrane serving furthest from the camera, all blue. Currently down 3-1, down an early break against Alex Downey. From Alexander Park, closer to the camera. Of course, the Alexander Park boys got the names plastered on the back of the shirt. No mistaking who you're watching when you watch Alexander Park play. Forehand slice return from Alex. Don't want to be playing that too often. Doesn't look all that effective. A little bit disappointed. Didn't get into position. Flat-footed. Needs to get around and hit the big forehand. Alex Downey has won a state league from Mosman Park only about 4 seasons ago. Alongside Bryden Klein, John Pearce, Sam Maxwell, who was the manager and coach at Mosman Park. Put together a really good team. Long call. Dean challenging Alex. Clearly you see on the pictures there, was it long? About an inch long. No challenge. Of course, we did not have Hawkeye out on court. Players are left to call their own lines if there's any challenges. They might refer to the match referee. But generally, players call their own half of the court. Getting ready on court number 1, Jerome O'Connor, furthest from the camera, all white. Alexander Park coming up against Sam Ashton, Kings Park, closest to the camera. Sam leading 4-3, opening set. You see Sam with that unconventional slice forehand on grass. Push that long. Sam trying all the tricks out there. Sam's 10th unforced error in the first set. Came out very slow opening. He's dropping his opening serve to love. In fact, losing the first 8 points of the first set. Down a break point, his second service game to go down 3-love, but finds himself up 4-3 after digging in. Pushed it wide, a little bit of breeze as you're watching coming from left to right, just forcing that chip backhand wide. Right play, incoming Jerome would have been very difficult volley to hit. My name is Brett Patton. Broadcast is brought to you by Scotty's Media. Thank you for tuning in. Forehand long, nice deep forehand by Jerome, forcing the unforced error again off the forehand wing of Sam Ashenden. Likes to wear the socks high, Sam, as you can see on the TV, halfway up the calf, a la Ivan Lendl. Of course, Ivan, one of the great players of all time, used to wear the sock very high. Of course, back in the 80s, the jockstrap was in. Ivan was a proponent of the jockstrap. Boris Becker. And Ivan used to, every time he'd finish a match, walk into the showers, take everything off, drop it in the corner and walk away. Wouldn't even worry about washing the clothes. Four games all. 9th game of the first set. Sam Ashton serving. Hasn't been troubled on the last 2 service games. Closest to the camera, Sam Ashton, Royal Kings Park. Jerome O'Connor, furthest from the camera. You might be able to see Greg Hutchison sitting courtside, Tennis Australia board member, former president, Alexander Park Tennis Club. Long. Had the opportunity, played a perfect point, pushing that forehand long. So you can hear from Sam just saying he wasn't pleased with the drop shot, almost gave it up. Brings Jerome unforced error count up to 5. mainly off the forehand wing, start of the second set. Got away with one, Sam Ashton, particularly this late in the first set. Every point counts. Beautiful dipping backhand return to the incoming feed of Sam Ashton. Didn't do enough of that second serve. Didn't get a kick as he would have liked. 15 all, 4 games all. Keep you across all the other results throughout today's play. Men's and Women's State League. Give you an update at the end of the first set between Sam Ashton and Jerome O'Coney. 4 games all, 15 all. Beautiful forehand down the line, moving away, got into position really nicely. 5th forehand winner for Jerome in the first set. And 3 backhand winners, not winners flowing off the rack of Sam Ashton. More unforced errors than winners. Serving well, 3 aces from Sam, but has been struggling from the back of the court, albeit that he's in a tied up position at 4 games all. Finds himself down 15-30. First serve percentage dropped away in this game. Beautiful play. Textbook forehand, backhand volley. The 1-2 punch, Sam's well known for that. Right time to do it. Percentage first serve's dropping a little bit. Made up for a well-placed second serve. 4 all, 30 all. Fourth round tie, the WA Men's State League. Alexander Park today, host Royal Kings Park. If you want to come down and watch, Alexander Park, located suburb of Menora, situated between Yokai, North Perth, Mount Lawley, hidden gem. Full day's play, Alexander Park, playing Division 1 at the back of the court between Alexander and Mount Lawley. Social play down here, the bar's open. People are reasonably friendly. Oh, don't mind. Beautiful half volley from the back of the court. Nice sliding wide serve. Jerome really nailed the forehand cross court. Picked up beautifully off the toes. Slid away with the open forehand from Sam Ashton. Finds himself up 40-30. 4 games all. Pushed it long. 5 games to 4, Sam Ashton. So he skips across to the change of ends. Watching Dean Cochran serving closest to the camera from Royal Kings Park. Dean Cochran finds himself down 4-1, down a couple of breaks of serve against Alex Downey. Both players play a very similar style of game. Dino just framing that forehand, pushing it wide. A bit unhappy with himself. You can hear him there groaning as the call came of wide from Alex. A little bit of breeze starting to pick up the last half an hour. Again, forcing backhand wide. Opening stage of this, closing stage I should say, the opening set here between Alex Downey and Dean Cochran. Alex on top of his Kings Park opponent at this stage. Up 4-1, a couple of breaks of serve in hand. WA Men's State League. Going for 121 years. Going from strength to strength. Potentially the strongest domestic tennis league competition anywhere across Australia. The very first winner of the WA Men's State, used to be called A grade, back in 1899, was the Wacker. You associate the Wacker with cricket. In 1899, they did have some pristine tennis courts, grass courts. If you don't mind, beautifully constructed point, Sam Ashton. Pushing Jerome all over the court. Jerome has been practicing the last 6 months with Matty Ebden, former top 40 player in the world. Serving down 4-5, down love 15. Wide from the backhand wing across to the backhand wing of Sam. You can see the breeze just take that ball and drift it wide by about 1.5 feet. Finds himself in a precarious position, Jerome. Another backhand unforced error. Brings his total up to 7 for the set. Down love 30, down 4-5. Jerome coming closer to the camera from Alexander Park. Love 40, if you don't mind, just letting the crowd know who's in control. Sam Ashton at Kings Park. Customary LA doesn't mind going to France for his come-ons. 3 break points, 3 set points for Sam Ashton as he gave the double fist pump a la Boris Becker in the early 80s to the crowd. Got one back. Crowd appreciated that. Off forehand. Jerome serving closer to the camera from Alexander Park. Down 5 games to 4 against Sam Ashton. Down 15-40. 1 set point saved. Another for Sam against serve. Got off to a very slow start, but has fought his way back into this set. Sam Ashton. Oh, yes, the LA come on. First set, 6 games to 4 for the journeyman, Sam Ashton. Tell you what, no one's got a strut quite like Sammy. Once he gets his head of steam up, doesn't mind throwing the chest out, beating. You'll see the LA come-ons. So we skip across as we watch Alex Downey from Alexander Park come up to serve. Start of the second set after winning the first set 6 games to 1. We might look to go around the grounds, get a bit of a score update. The other matches being played. This broadcast is brought to you by Scotty's Media. My name is Brett Patton. Tune in to Court Talk on 101.3 Sport FM. Tomorrow morning you get the update from today's play, men's and women's. Astrid Cantor gives you an update for the women's competition. Of course, Jerome O'Connor give you an update for the men's. Big D tonight, give you a bit of a wrap about what's happening around the grounds. All corners of the world. The other matches being played today. Dalkeith Tennis Club coming up against Cottesloe. Being played at Dalkeith on the hard courts. Match number 1, Derek Pham. Leading 5 games to 2 against William Hahn. Scotty Webster's won the first set against Scott Jones. Josiah Tyson is behind 5 games to 2 against the ever-green Timmy Woods. And Adam Kanan is up 3 games to 2 against Zach Viala out there at Kings Park. Right now, Derek Pham is leading 5 games to 2 against William Hahn. Scotty Webster from Dalkeith won the first set against Scott Jones, 6 games to 3. Tim Woods from Cottesloe leading 5 games to 2 against Josiah Tyson. And Adam Kahan is leading 5 games to 4 as the scores are just updated against Zach Viala in that 4th match. Skip across to Hensman Park playing UWA at Hensman. Reece Johnson playing Kendrick Chi. Kendrick Chi from UWA leading 5 games to 4. Matthew Burton from Hensman Park, up 6 games to 5 against Jasper Patterson from UWA. Ethan Cook from Hensman Park leading 6 games to 1 against Nathan limb. Some of the results from the Women's State League being played currently. Cottesloe hosting Peppermint Grove. Lauren Nikolowski's leading 3-2 against Luna Djokanovic. And Lara Tovic is leading 4-3 against Natasha Karma-Pesky. And if we look at Kings Park coming up against Hensman Park at Kings Park, Chanel O'Coney's leading 6-0 and down 1-2 against Nadia Rajan from Hensman Park. Nina Kadovic from Hensman Park from Royal Kings Park is behind against Kesna Vucevic, 3-2. And the matches yet to be played. Astrid Canthers coming up against Anya Dokic, and Sky Royale coming up against Lily Fairclough. My name is Brett Patton. You're watching broadcast Alexander Park versus Royal Kings Park Men's State League Round 4. Watching Jerome O'Coney, closest to the camera from Alexander Park, come up against Sam Ashton. Start of the second set. Sam Ashton winning the first set 6-4 after going down an early break and being only moments away from going down 3-0, but he fought his way out of it. Finds himself up a set. A lot of work to be done from young Jerome O'Coney. Practice first serves out. Welcome back to court number 1. Sam Ashton closer to the camera. Royal Kings Park. Playing number 2 today against Jerome O'Coney from Alexander Park. Just towling off, a little bit frustrated the way he's playing at the moment. Got off to a quick start in that first set, leading 2 games to love, points away from 3 love. Sam Ashton fought back, closing out the opening set 6 games to 4. Overplaying the backhand long, as you can see. Jerome just throwing the racket in disgust. Disappointed with the way he's playing. Break a serve. Losing the opening set, Jerome, 6 games to 4, and finds himself down 2 games to love. So the second set. Sam's been in good form this year's State League, defeating highly fancied Don Bouchard last week. Super tiebreaker in the third set. Peppermint Grove getting over the top of Royal Kings Park in that match. Kings Park always thereabouts, perennial finals contenders. Big serve, Sam Ashton. Twelve-year age gap, Sam. Ticking on 30, 31. Jerome O'Coney at 18. Been accepted to college in the US to go under a pretty robust tennis program. Nicely played. 7-volley tennis coming to the fore here for Sammy Ashton. Really likes getting the strut on. Loves to let out the LAs, the come-ons, the vamos. This broadcast brought to you by Scotty's Media. My name's Brett Patton. Broadcast being brought to you at Alexander Park Tennis Club, situated in the leafy suburb of Manoora, situated between Yoke, Kyne, Mount Lawley, North Perth. If you're tuning in, and you got a loose afternoon, come on down. Bar is open, people are friendly, conditions are wonderful. Grass court's the best you'll find anywhere in the world. Alexander Park, former Club of the Year, as at the John Newcombe Medal. John Newcombe Industry Awards, held by Tennis Australia every year. Unfortunately, due to COVID, not being held this year in person. There will be a virtual Industry Awards night, my understanding is. Like everything else being virtual. Virtual Grammys, virtual Oscars, virtual Logies. Still like to recognise the great 12 months in the world of tennis at Australian level. Jerome changing ends down 3 games to love against Sam Ashton. So we skip across to court number 2, closest to the camera, Dean Cochrane from Royal Kings Park. Lost the opening set 6 games to 1 against Alex Downey. Alex furthest from the camera in all white. Started off the second set, holding his opening serve, up 1 love. Behind the State League courts, witnessing Mount Lawley Tennis Club come up against the Division 1 team from Alexander Park. Mount Lawley Division 1, fairly strong. Adam Howard from Mount Lawley, current over 45 men's singles champion. Reece McDougall playing for Mount Lawley, the coach out at Mount Lawley Tennis Club, wonderful club. And 9 iron away from Alexander Park, situated closely together. Somewhat of a golden triangle here, Manoora, Mount Lawley, North Perth. Try and have a chat with as many players, ex-players, club members as we can throughout the broadcast. Watching Dean Cochrane walk to the net to pick up a ball. Dino, of course, from Royal Kings Park, wearing all blue against Alex Downey at the far end of the court. Alex, previous winner of the WMN State League, representing Mosman Park alongside John Peers, Bryden Klein, only about 4 seasons ago. That was the brainchild of Sam Maxwell, club coach at Mosman Park, also the manager of Johnny Peers, Casey Delacqua, Jason Berendorf, a whole array of superstars under his guidance. Sam Maxwell will give you a shout out. No doubt he'll be tuning in. Perfect conditions here at Alexander Park. Slight breeze picking up left to right as you're watching. Slow second serve from Alex Downey, forcing the backhand error Dean Cochrane. Competition's been going for 121 years. First WA State League title was awarded to the Wacker in 1899. Without question, the strongest domestic, local, national tennis league competition. Rich history of bringing across some of Australia's best talent playing both the men's and women's state league. Getting stronger year on year. Skip around the court, just a glimpse into the crowd. Matthew Ebden there, former world top 40 player, Australian Davis Cup player, multiple ATP title holder, Grand Slam winner, mixed doubles, Australian Open. Watching on, cheering on his teammate, Jerome O'Coney. Matty Ebden sponsored by Feeler, using the head brackets. Looking forward to Matt getting on court. Coming up against Brenton Bacon, very wily competitor from Royal Kings Park, been around for many years, Brenton Bacon. Very vocal on the court, talented left-hander. Starting to have his way, Sammy Ashton on the grass courts here. Jerome being forced back deep behind the back of the court. Matty Ebden just walking away, no doubt preparing himself for his match. He'll be second on the court after this match is concluded between Sam and Jerome. Alexander Parker hoping it goes the journey. Jerome's already down a set and 3 games to love. All before him. Crowd building here at Alexander Park Tennis Club. Witnessing some wonderful tennis. Round 4 of the WA Men's State League, Alexander Park against Royal Kings Park. That's a better point played by Jerome O'Coney. First time we've really seen him be aggressive moving forward. Trying a few different tactics. Now he's down an early break in the second set. Asking the question. Many unforced errors creeping into Jerome's game. You can hear him just chastising himself as he walks back. Towel down, midway through the second set, losing the opening set 6 games to 4. Down an early break in the second set against Sam Ashton from Kings Park. Sam off a good victory last week against highly fancied Dommy Bouchard from Peppermint Grove. Hard player to beat on grass court, Sam Ashton. Very unconventional game, a lot of slices, forehand and backhand. Crowd starting to ride Jerome. Unforced error count really starting to creep up. Jerome spent the best part of 6-7 months training alongside and with Matty Ebden on the clay courts of UWA. Clay, of course, plays a lot different to grass. More suited to a baseline game. Grass course quicker, slower, quicker, and balls bounce a lot lower. Better. We're in the crowd really starting to ride Jers. Just building nicely the crowd here at Alexander Park. If you want to come down, enjoy the hospitality bar is open. Entry is free. witness Alexander Park come up against Kings Park, round 4 of the Dubbo Men's State League. Sticking to Sam and Jerome for now. On the second court, Alex Downey coming up against Dean Cochran. Alex Downey leading 6 games to 1 and 2 games to 1 in the second set. Better serve from Jerome O'Coney. Crowd starting to ride Jerome's every point. Trying to get him up, trying to get him to the lift. They want to stick around and see this match go to a super tie break. Jerome trying a few different tactics, serving and volleying. Unfortunately, the second serve just didn't have enough bite on it. Played the half volley middle of the court, opened up the downline forehand passing shot from Sam. Oh, letting him know too. A little bit of a yahoo there from Sam Ashton. If that doesn't get under the skin of Jerome, nothing will. Well played. Good, smart grass court tennis from Sammy Ashton. The strut is up. He's up and about. Nice tactical tennis. Beautiful grass court tennis from Sam Ashton. That's what we've been witnessing for many years from Sam. It's an all-court game. Changes the pace, changes the spins. Nice to move forward. Taking his opponents out of their comfort zone. Another break of serve. Sam starting to stamp his authority over the young Jerome O'Coney. Beautifully played point again, just forcing that backhand wide. 4 games to love. Getting out to a nice fly in the second set after winning the first set 6 games to 4. Sam Ashton, big win last week. Form's very good at the start of the Men's State League season. Came up against Dommy Bouchard from Peppermint Grove on the hallowed turf of grass at Royal Kings Park, winning that match in a super tiebreaker. Got off to a slow start against Jerome O'Coney at the start of the match, dropping his opening serve. Went down 2 games to love. Fought his way back. Broke Jerome at 5-4 in the first, capturing the first and heading out to a very quick 5-love lead in this second set. Jerome a little bit frustrated. You can hear the crowd starting to res him up. Getting on top of himself. 2 unforced errors coming off the backhand wing, in particular for Jerome today.
Yeah, well done, Alex.
Just taking complete control of this second set. Sam Ashton, another second serve ace down the tee. Bringing your service aces tally up to about 5 for the match. We're going to have a quick chat. Dan Downey, number 3 player for Alexander Park Tennis Club, coming up against Jaron Stafford today. Now, you're watching Jerome out here. What's your thoughts been on Jerome's play today against Sam Ashton?
Well, it's always tough playing against Sam. It's a tricky player, plays well on the grass. I think Jerome he's got to try to come forward before Sam can. So, when Sam's been kept back at the baseline, he hasn't been winning many of those exchanges, but when he's able to get to the net with Jerome at the baseline, he's been winning the majority of those points. So Jerome's got to try to do something to stop that pattern of play from happening all the time, basically.
Talking to Dan Downey, super coach out of Brixton Street, also the number 3 player here for Alexander Park Tennis Club. Talk about your opponent today, Jaron Stafford. Have you played Jaron before?
No, I haven't.
Haven't seen Jaron play. Jaron's been around for many years, playing at the highest level. He was away in Switzerland, I believe, for the last couple of years, just honing his craft under the watchful eye of Roger Federer on the home turf there in Basel. As we see Sam Ashton hold his serve, leading 5 games to love. Let's skip across to court number 2. Your much older brother, Alex. He's playing a fine game against Dean Cochran. Again, it's another journeyman for Royal Kings Park. Have you seen Alex games? I mean, he's got off to a slow start this season, but he seems to have found his groove.
Yeah, no, he's playing well today. The match has been pretty solid so far. He's up 6-1, 2-1 now, so hopefully he can keep going and close it out.
By last week, gave yourself a bit of time to just rest up, do a bit of extra training. Did you get the chance to watch any of the matches, get around to watch any matches last weekend?
No, I was just doing some extra coaching. So no, I didn't get a chance to watch any of the other matches.
Let's talk a little bit about Brixton Street. That's where you're at, the coaching there. Some of the better juniors you got coming through. I mean, it's been well known for producing a lot of great juniors. So there's something in the water around Brixton Street. What's actually happening out there?
There's nothing in the water, that's for sure.
Server case, don't talk yourself down. And certainly not on live. It's Scottish media going all around the world. There's no doubt about that. Dan Downey.
All around.
So you're coach, you've been out there for a number of years. You were a student of the Roberts at Brixton Street when you and your brother, weren't you, many years ago?
Yeah, still am. I'm out there pretty much every day, training and coaching some of the younger kids.
So where is Brixton Street for those watching? Where is Brixton Street located?
Well, we currently run out of the Gosnells Memorial Park Tennis Club, which is just off the Tonkin Highway on Mills Road West.
One of his star pupils, Talia Gibson, probably the best junior in Australia, really, under 18s at this stage. I mean, what's her plans? How old is she? 16, 17?
Yeah, so she's the number 1 junior in the country currently. She's 16. Just turned 16 not too long ago, actually.
Was she talking about her development? You've had her for a long period of time at Brixton Street. Was she just automatically, you could see from the very first early days that she was going to be a real talent? Or she worked incredibly hard. How's she got to where she is right now?
Well, it's a bit of both. You've got to have the talent, and that was pretty obvious from when she was a very young age. But she's put in a lot of hard work and really dedicated herself to getting better, and it's just a bit of both, really. Aspirationally,
what's on her bucket list, I guess, is that she want to go to college, or you want to step straight onto the women's tour? I know we're getting ahead of ourselves here, but does she set herself up for the next sort of vision around 2 or 3 years?
Yeah, there's always some long-term goals. College isn't really something being considered. But just in the immediate future, just playing the junior Grand Slams and trying to do well on the junior ITF tour. And then eventually transitioning into the Pro Tour.
As far as getting noticed, Tennis Australia obviously, think very highly of Talia Gibson. Is she being looked after from a sponsorship perspective? She got rackets, clothing, apparel sponsorship?
Yeah, she's got a few sponsorship, like racket sponsorships. She's sponsored by Wilson, so she gets some gear from them. She gets taken care of. Yeah.
That's good. Good luck for your match today, mate. Looking forward to seeing you out there with Jaron, looking magnificent as always. Been putting in the extra hours off the court. Dan Downey, super coach, Brixton Street Tennis Club. A lot of great pupils under his tutelage. Great kid, great family, plenty of ability, plenty of talent. So we skip back, watching Sam Ashton closer to the camera, leading 5 games to love after winning the first set, 6 games to 4 against very talented Jerome O'Coney. Jerome got off to a very fast start, the opening stage of this match, leading 2 games to love. Had chances to go break point, 3 love. I think that was the turning point in this match. Sam's been able to turn it around, playing consistent tennis, taking Jerome out of his comfort zones with forehands, backhand slices, moving forward. Very unconventional forehand slap cross-court winner. You don't mind. You heard the LA coming from the lips of Sam. No doubt his time spent in France playing a lot of the money tournaments has left an indelible mark on the way he celebrates. A little bit like Andrew Ely. He might rip the shirt off at the end of this match. Who knows? Let's give the crowd a little something to cheer about. You hear the clickety-click of Scotty's media, photographer. Getting some photos here of all of the play going on. The crowd up and about over that point. Holding serve 5 games to 1 for Sam Ashton, serving for the match against Jerome O'Coney to give Kings Park a 1 love lead. Today's play, round 4 of the WA Men's State League. Moments away from watching former top 40 player, former Australian Davis Cup player, Grand Slam winner Matthew Ebden step onto court. We'll be following the conclusion of the match between Jerome and Sam. And the way Sam has been serving, we suggest this match will be only moments away from concluding. Sam leading 6 games to 4, 5 games to 1, 15 love. Beautiful backhand, putting a little bit of pressure on the incoming Sam Ashton. Conclusion of this match, we might give you some updates from around the grounds, the Men's and Women's State League. Match is being played at Dalkeith. Match is being played at Hensman Park today for the men's. The women's is being played at Kings Park and Cottesloe. Nice serve and volley exponent, just really starting to lift, change his tactics up from the opening stage of this match. The first 5 games of the match, Sam Ashton was averaging, certainly committed, 15 unforced errors, so he's managed to rein that in. Hasn't made too many unforced errors in the last 60 minutes of this match. Forced error on that backhand. It's a bit of play from Jerome O'Coney, moving forward, being a little bit more aggressive. Deep forehand approach. The opposite court, Alex Downey playing against Dean Cochrane, currently leading 6 games to 1 and 4 games to 1 in the second set. Moments away from Sam Ashton closing this match out. And somewhat of an upset. Been on a good tear this year, Sam Ashton, former MVP winner for the WA Men's State League. Again, showing good form. Jerome going to the tower just to start thinking about how he wants to play the rest of the match out. Only moments away if he doesn't start finding a purple vein of form. Big serve. Brings match point. Sam Ashton leading 6 games to 4, 5 games to 1. There it is, and Sam celebrating in conventional style. Winning the match 6 games to 4, 6 games to 1 in a very one-sided second set. Certainly from midway through the first set, Sam hit his straps and started to play consistent tennis, limiting the unforced errors, and really struck away with a comprehensive win. So we skip away and have a look at some of the updates from around the grounds. Other matches being played in round 4 of the WA Men's State League. Dalkeith coming up against Cottesloe. playing at Dalkeith. Derek Pham is currently leading 6 games to 2, 3 games to love against William Hahn. Scotty Webster equalled and has tied level with Scott Webster. Scott Webster and Scotty Jones 1 set all heading into that super third tiebreak. Tim Woods, somewhat of an upset win against Josiah Tyson, 6-3, 6-1, and Zach Viala currently leading Adam Kahan 7-5 for love. Right now, as it stands, Dalkeith versus Cottesloe. Cottesloe, by virtue of Tim Wood defeating Josiah Tyson, lead 1 rubber to love. Other matches being played, Hensman Park leading 1 rubber to love against UWA. Matches that have been completed, Ethan Cook defeated Nathan Lim 6-1, 6-2. Matthew Burton leading Jasper Patterson. Matthew Burton, the son of Ash Burton, sister of Hayley Burton, very sporting family. Ash, of course, won the WA Men's State League way back in 1993 for Hensman Park, and Matthew Burton following in his old man's footsteps, leading 7-5, 4-1 against Jasper Patterson. Reece Johnson lost the opening set against Kendrick Chi, 6-4. Is up 1 love in the second set. That match is Hensman Park leading UWA 1 love, as we just saw here. Sam Ashton convincingly winning over Jerome O'Coney 6-4, 6-1 in a match of about 72 minutes old. Watching at the moment, Downey from Alexander Park looking to square the ledger against Kings Park, winning the opening set 6 games to 1 against Dean Cochran, leading 4 games to 1 in the second set. My name is Brett Patton. The broadcast is brought to you by Scotty's Media. Get onto Facebook at Scotty's Media website, webpage, Facebook page, Instagram page, Snapchat, Tinder, Grindr, you name it. At Scotty's Media's everywhere. And there's the match. Good win. Alex Downey defeating journeyman Dean Cochran 6-1, 6-1 to close out that match and bring it to 1 rubber all here at Alexander Park against Kings Park and Alexander Park. 2 fancy teams to go deep in this year's competition. No doubt we'll be seeing Kings Park and Alexander Park vying for final spots as the competition unfolds. Great tennis being played out here. Grass court tennis. Sam Ashton, again, just for those just tuning in, defeating Jerome O'Coney 6-4, 6-1, and a really lopsided match midway through the first set. Sam Ashton started to hit his straps. And the highly fancied junior Jerome O'Coney just really couldn't go with Sam. Found his style of play a little bit too awkward. Took him to all courts, all positions in the court with lots of slices. Took Jerome out of his comfort zone. As we did a bit of a snapshot of what's happening here at Kings Park, Royal Kings Park and Alexander Park Tennis Club. A bit of a snapshot of what's happening in the crowds at the moment. Full house here at Alexander Park. Come on down if you're in the area. Alexander Park, situated in the suburb of Menora, between Mount Lawley, North Perth, and Yokine. A hidden gem, the Dalkeith of the side, just outer northern suburbs, just past the CBD. Other matches being played today at Alexander Park, the Division 1 Alexander Park team coming up against Mount Lawley. Played on the back courts. You might be able to get a glimpse on the camera. Furthest away, seeing Adam Howard from Mount Lawley. Reece McDougall will be on court from Mount Lawley, the coach of Mount Lawley Tennis Club, current over 45 men's singles champion. Trying to get a chat to Reece if we can find him. Nowhere to be seen at the moment. Starting to see the players get ready. It's just preparing for the next set of matches. Matty Ebden only moments away, former top 40 player in the world, mixed doubles Australian Open champion, former Davis Cup player, bronze medal winner at the Commonwealth Games. Not too much Matty Ebden hasn't been able to achieve on the court. Finds himself in Perth training, and COVID struck. Hometown, of course, born in South Africa. Proudly Australian, represented Australia at the Olympics, at the Commonwealth Games, in Davis Cup. Now he's playing for Alexander Park. First season for Alexander Park. He's played at a few clubs. Wembley Downs has been a club that Matty Ebden has played at. I believe he's played at Cottesloe for a match or two. Somewhat of a gun for hire. Great to see a player like Matty Ebden playing State League. Broadcast brought to you by Scotty's Media. My name is Brett Patton. Of course, hope you're enjoying today's broadcast, bringing you all the best from the WA State League competition. Just waiting for the players to get ready. Matty Ebden due on court any moment now. Catch a glimpse of Matthew coming onto court. Coming up against Brenton Bacon, journeyman of WA State League, former coach of John Pearce, hitting partner of Johnny Pearce, travelled to a number of Australian Opens alongside John Pearce as part of the Sam Maxwell entourage. Sammy Maxwell, good morning, good afternoon, I should say. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Sammy Maxwell, the coach at Mosman Park, player manager. A bit like a WA's version of Jerry Maguire. Show me that money, Sam Maxwell. He's got Jason Berendorf, cricket stables, under his wing. Of course, Casey Delacqua, Matty Ebden. One of the terrific sports managers that you'll find anyway, Sammy Maxwell. My name is Brett Patton. If you want to tune in to Court Talk on 91.3 Sport FM, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, the big D, Darren Patton himself, give you an update of all that's happened in today's play at the WA Men's and Women's State League. And looking forward to broadcast and keeping you updated with what's happening in the Men's and Women's State League across the day. We're going to have a chat with the father of our number one player, Matty Ebden. Charles is here. Of course, we're just talking about Matty, and he declares himself Australian now. Now, you're South African. What made you come out to Australia? What drew you to the fair shores of Australia, Charles?
Well, yeah, you're right. We were born and bred in South Africa, but having said that, having been here now for 20 years, we're firmly Australian in Australian camp. What brought us here? Well, times started changing in South Africa in the late 80s and early 90s, and then 94. Of course, we had the changeover of the political scene, and things were sort of destabilizing like the rest of Africa, I suppose, in a nutshell, and we were becoming more and more like the countries north of us. And the closest example, obviously, was Mugabe in Zimbabwe, and I guess a lot of us are fearful that South Africa was going down the same path.
Your son, you've got to be incredibly proud of where he's at. I mean, the achievements that he's been able to do, certainly over the last, he's been on tour since he's about 18, so it's been a long journey, but it's been a fruitful journey. Now, is he paying his way around the home too? As the gifts improve now, he's become a multi-millionaire. Christmas time, the birthday presents, is he a little bit more frugal now than he possibly once was?
Listen, I don't think for those of us with sons and daughters, probably all know that things never change when children grow up, because they're too used to dad doing the paying. And,
so you're still getting the socks for Christmas and birthdays. Let's talk about, his travels, and certainly you've been able to get around and watch him on the biggest stage, playing all the Grand Slams. Some of the I guess tournaments that stand out in your mind on your journey and watching Matty come through the ranks. What are some of the experiences really that stand out for you?
Well, we first took him to Wimbledon. We've always been a sporty family ourselves, and my two daughters played tennis before Matt at club level, so they were always at the club with us, and we took him to Wimbledon first in 1996, just to, I suppose, expose him to the game, because I always thought that he may not necessarily choose tennis. He was always good at most of the other sports. He played cricket and rugby and pretty much anything he wanted to, and golf, and he was pretty useful as a golfer, and so. I just wanted him to be exposed to all the sports, and we never wanted him to be forced into playing tennis. We wanted him to make that decision himself, and it's one of the reasons why we sent him to Hale School, so he could get an all-round education and just become an all-round person first and foremost.
Some of his influences early when you got him in. How old was he when he really started to think that maybe he'll move into tennis and this could be a real pathway for him? And was it early teenage years or was it sort of mid-teens?
Probably probably mid to late teens is when he finally made a decision that he wanted to do tennis. We had been approached by a lot of tennis people earlier on, people from the States and other places, and wanted to take him away from home and away from school more than anything. But he was always very immature physically as a young boy, as a schoolboy. So it wasn't such a hard decision for us to make, and he never really wanted to go away from home too early. And I always remember a physiologist friend of mine who said to me continuously, he said, "Don't ever let him go in the gym when he's young. Wait for him to start growing, and don't start stressing him out physically." And so he was reasonably still immature at school. Even the other boys far more physically mature than him. So I suppose in a sense we held him back as much as we could. Yeah.
It's interesting you should say that too, because all the evidence would suggest that not to get kids who are physically mature into the gym too early, because that can have detrimental effects, certainly on their growing and the way their body evolves. So with Matt, I spoke to Matt probably a few weeks ago, and he still thinks, he's 4 or 5 years still on tour. He still thinks he's got something certainly to offer in singles. He's in probably as good a condition as he's probably ever been, to be fair. The COVID layoff has given him a lot of chance to get the body right and really work on the physicality. I mean, see him still doing the men's ATP for the next 4 or 5 years, even longer. I mean, Roger Federer is turning 40 next year.
Well, as you know, physically the whole game's changed away from the younger guys peaking really early, and just back to your earlier question, we saw a lot of his cohorts in that sort of 16, 17 who were really pushed hard physically, and the boys were trained physically, overtrained, I think, and a lot of them just fell away after that and just never could get onto the tour, despite the fact that physically they were bigger and stronger and all that at sort of school level. But once they got onto the men's tour, most of them just fell away. So it's been I think it's a gradual process, and it's a gradual building up. It's no one thing, I suppose, that makes a professional tennis player. It's a combination of everything. You've just got to be able to do everything right. And I think you're seeing that now with the maturity. I mean, you're seeing the likes of compatriots of Matt, like Johnny Millman, for instance. I mean, Johnny Millman's playing probably the best tennis of his life. I watched him play a couple of matches just recently, and he and Matt were sort of, they grew up together, and they were always rivals and good mates. And look at him, he's going really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. What would your advice be to, I guess, the parents of children aspiring to be, tennis players, take it on as a career choice? I mean, it's such a long journey, as we know. I mean, it's a tremendous amount of investment physically, emotionally, financially. What would be some of your advice, I guess, to those parents out there of aspiring tennis players, men and women, boys and girls?
Look, I think above all, you've got to enjoy the sport, and you've got to love the sport. I think that probably is the biggest thing. And then, you've got to be sure that your son or daughter is passionate about what they do. And I think a lot of parents, and I certainly saw that in our years growing up, even with my girls as well. My girls were state sports at netball and tennis and things like that. I think a lot of the parents were trying to achieve what they couldn't achieve on the court, and they were trying to get the kids to do it. So we saw a lot of probably more girls than boys just give up, as soon as they got to sort of teenage level and that. So I think the secret is you've always got to be supportive, and you've always got to back them through the ups and the downs, because there's plenty of ups and downs in tennis, and tennis is a really cruel sport because sadly, every match is played, there has to be a loser, which is really tough. But I think you've just got to be there for them. But at the end of the day, they've got to want to do it. You can't make them do it. I think that's the secret.
Are there barriers to tennis? I mean, if you look around, tennis is not by any stretch of the imagination a cheap sport. There's equipment, there's travel. If you get better, there's interstate travel and then international travel. Is there a barrier for kids who probably are living on the wrong side of the tracks socio-economically? I mean, do you still think it's an even playing field to kids to be able to play sport at the highest level, particularly with tennis?
I think they can, and you asked me earlier. One of the reasons we came to Australia, as opposed to going to Britain, where our sort of ancestors and Anne's English, we looked at the playing field over there. Look, the American college system was very attractive, but at the end of the day, we selected Australia as being the place to go and where the biggest opportunities are. And I think that if you show the commitment, and you have the basic talent, but more importantly, you have the right attitude and show the right commitment. I think especially now, since Tylee and other guys have taken over, they've broadened the base a lot more. I think 10 years ago it wasn't like that. you had to basically do it on your own if you were going to go anywhere. Nowadays, I think there's a much more, I see much more, a much better tennis management amongst the juniors. So no, I think everyone's got a chance now.
Interesting and great feedback too. Just on Tennis Australia, you mentioned Craig Tolley. I mean, what's your thought as a parent looking in and how you think Tennis Australia is going now? You mentioned that they're broadening the base so more players can come through and get the support that's required. Have you seen Tennis Australia change over the last 10, 15 years?
Oh, look, I think they have. I'm not so much involved with Tennis Australia now so much, since Matt has sort of matured. I was more involved with him in the earlier years when he was a junior and when we didn't perhaps get a lot of support from him when he was still coming up through the ranks. It wasn't until he sort of got into ADP Tour and got into the Davis Cup squad and things like that they really came and supported him. And prior to that, we had to do much of it ourselves. But I think, like I said, I think they've broadened the base now and they've realised, you can't just pick one or two juniors and throw your resources behind one or two juniors. It's much more of a team thing and the cream will rise to the top, but it's got to be within a squad system.
Who are some of the, I guess, heroes of Matty as he was coming through the WA ranks? Some of the local heroes that he used to look up to?
Probably at home would have been Wayne Ferreira at the time, and certainly Pat. We when he was a junior, we built his game around a serve and volley game, around the Pat Rafter type of game when he grew up, because I was very much in the serve and volley mold. But then, of course, the whole science of tennis and everything has just changed. The rackets have changed, the surfaces have changed, everything's changed. And I was just saying now at Wimbledon, you don't find the tees are balled anymore. When we used to go to Wimbledon in the early days, the tees were always balled.
Yeah, that's
the
right.
Bakers of this world and those kind of guys, they it just wore out that section of the court, whereas now it's all the baseline that's balled. So he had to change his game from serve and volley, and then of course Fed's always been always been right up there.
Just watching Matthew opening first point forehand winner against Brenton Baker. What do you know about Brenton? They used to be old buddies from the old Hale days, I think, and no, Christchurch, and are they the same vintage, Brenton Bacon? So they would have played each other at PSA level. And Brenton Bacon, I mean, he's never short of a word, is he, Brenton Bacon? I mean, Matthew would go into this fairly full of confidence, I would have thought, against his old sparring partner, wouldn't you think? Wouldn't have lost any sleep over this match?
Probably not, but it's always more difficult playing against an old mate, and I would say Brendan is an old mate. We knew them well when they were juniors, because I think Matt was one at Hale at the time, and Brendan would have been one at Christchurch at the time, and so yes, he's just a good mate, and it's so great to see him still involved in the game. I had a chat to him earlier, and he seems to be going great guns, and it's so good for our juniors to have the likes of Brenton involved as they are.
Yeah, I agree, absolutely. And he's a new father now, so he's brought him somewhat of a calmness to his game, I would suggest. A little bit. Doesn't mind having a chat, Brenton Bacon, as you don't mind having a chat. Lovely chatting to you. Thank you for coming on board. Good to get your insight. Good to see you. Charles Ebden giving us an update of really what it's like to be a parent with one of the best sporting athletes in tennis in Matty Ebden. Watching Matt now commence opening game closer to the camera, playing against Brenton Baker, the lefty, swinging lefty, as you heard Charles say, old mates from Hale School, Christchurch Day, PSA. And off to a flying start, Matty Ebden, leading 1-0. Daniel Downey just breaking serve on court number 2. Daniel Downey's coming up against Jaron Stafford. Not sure to be a very entertaining match. Both players, plenty of ability, plenty of talent. Jaron has spoken about last week when he played against Peppermint Grove. Lost to Will Hahn, unfortunately, but it was probably the first match that he's played for some time. Spent a couple of years in Switzerland on professional duties. No doubt he was honing his craft on some of the clay courts down there. Just seeing sights from around the ground. If we have a look across, seeing the club photographer, Jerome O'Connor's famous old man, Claude O'Connor, just in the pastel shirt, quite the fashionista. Suggest you'd call those pants Italian. And look at him, he's got the, there he is, just making it known that he's on camera. So we skip across to watch Matty Ebden opening serve for the match against Brenton Bacon. There's a book going around at the moment, how quickly this match will get done and dusted. People are saying under 40 minutes. Short price favourite. Brenton Bacon, a very cagey, crafty player, has played State League for many years. Very talented player. Went away to college in the US, 4 years. Yeah, nice wrong footing forehand. Matthew Ebden. We'll stay on the top court and watch Matty and Brenton Bacon. Keep you updated with what's happening with Dan Downey and Jaron Stafford, number 2 court. Jaron losing his opening serve for Kings Park, closest to the camera. It's Brenton Bacon, big ace from Matty Ebden. Looking in really good condition. Somewhat of a niggle his hamstring a couple of weeks ago. My understanding is he got that during a training block. Seems to not be troubling him at the moment. We might have a word to Sam Ashton. Sammy Ashton, just fresh from his win. We might just have a quick chat to you. Your form this year, Sammy. It's last week, Dommy Bouchard. I mean, you would have gone into that match. I mean, Dommy's a highly talented player, but again, on the home grounds, on the grass court, that you would have given yourself a good chance, and you did, winning in the Super Tiebreak.
50-50 chance, I would have thought, going in. He got me the last couple of times we played, so it's always good to get a bit of revenge.
Now, today's match, I mean, fantastic. Got off to an awful start. I think my stats show you hit about 12 unforced errors in the first 4 games, and then found your groove. It was really midway through that second set, the whole momentum changed. You got into a rhythm. You started, putting Jez in positions in the court that he wasn't happy with. You were moving forward. I mean, how do you assess your match today?
As you say, pretty rotten start. Lost the first 11 points. Didn't hit many in the court there. But serve started to come good, so get a bit more confidence out of that one. And as I found a bit of form, keeping it deep. He's got pretty good ground strokes to run. Yeah. But just, as you say, put him in awkward positions, and it's hard to get the pass.
A lot of the people talking about the LA. I've seen the LA come into the game, or you've had it for about 10 years. You did a bit of touring in money tournaments over in France. Picked the LA up there. Not the Vamos, just the LA?
Nah, just the LA, yeah. No, I prefer the French to the Spanish, so it was good. A little bit of excitement, so it was nice.
No, it's great, mate. You're playing really well. Now, Jake Robinson tore a hamstring last week. Slight niggle. Is that going to keep him out for a few weeks, or is he just 1 or 2 weeks?
Just a couple of weeks, I think. It was just a slight strain. Wouldn't call it a tear. No, he's a big boy. He fell pretty hard, but he should be back here next week.
Yeah, be good to have him back. Well done today, mate. Playing really good tennis. Great to see you out there. It's going to be a close match, I would suggest. Just your prediction on the day. We've got Jaron's back. Just give us our listeners a bit of an update. Jaron was away for a couple of years. Great acquisition. Really good player. Probably hasn't brought the form into this season he's had probably 5 years ago. But it's great to have him on board at Kings Park.
It is. Jaron used to play for us about 3 or 4 years ago. Then he had a secondment with his work over to Switzerland for a few years. He enjoyed it over there, but obviously not much tennis. Came back, played a year in Div 1 with his mates down at Blue Gum, Higgins Park it was actually. And then decided this year it's time to get back to the big league, and he's slowly bringing back his form. So,
well, the rumours going around that he did a bit of one-on-one training with the great Roger Federer in Basel there on the clay course. So I think adapting from clay to grass is a big step. Anyway, good on you, Sammy. Nice chatting to you, mate. Good luck today. Sam Ashton playing some wonderful tennis, as we saw today, defeating Jerome O'Coney in straight sets, setting Kings Park up to be on track 1 rubber all. It was to be a very close tie today. Watching Matty Ebden change of ends, leading 3 games to love against Brenton Bacon. And on the second court, closer to the camera, Jaron Stafford, as you just heard Sam talk about, serving down 2 games to love against Dan Downey, furthest end of the court. Spoke to Dan earlier today. Brixton Street tennis coach, got some great kids coming through his program. Had a lot of success out there at Brixton Street over many years. And Dan is not only is he coaching there now, but he was one of the up-and-coming juniors, learned his craft at the Brixton Street. So we skip across. Watch Matty Ebden on the top court, serving closer to the camera. Leading 3 games to love. My name's Brett Patton. Thank you for tuning in. This broadcast brought to you by Scotty's Media. Scotty Walsh, former senior editor of Today Tonight, doing a wonderful bit of work in getting the cameras, the production up and running. Hopefully you're enjoying what you're seeing out here. Trying to promote the best talent in the men's and women's game across WA. Competition's been going for 121 years. The winning team is playing for the David Blacklock Cup. Of course, David Blacklock, for those who don't know, the Perpetual Shield was named after David. He was a former managing director for Dunlop Schlesinger back in the 60s. Heck of a player himself. The winning teams get presented with the David Blacklock Cup Shield, I should say. Last year, unfortunately, due to COVID, no winner was awarded. Hensman Park were recognised for finishing on top of the ladder at the end of the regular season. And by virtue, were recognised as a regular season winner, but certainly not the State League winner. Matty Ebden serving against Brenton Bacon, closer to the camera, leading 3 games to love. Not being troubled early in this match as we skip across to watch Dan Downey striding out to court closest to the camera. If you're not sure, the Alexander Park tennis team have all got their names smattered across the back of their shirt. As we can see Matty serving here, M. Ebden. Very few unforced errors, very few errors, if any, started this first set against Brenton Bacon. My name is Brett Patton. Tune in tomorrow, Core Talk, 91.3 Sport FM. Give you an update of all that happened in the men's and women's State League today and what's happening all around the world of tennis. Big D and I, been bringing you that for the past 11 years, playing our part in ensuring that tennis is being spoken about. Wide. Sneaking across, we're seeing Matty's beautiful bride just sitting front square. Probably not quite the front square at the Australian Open or Wimbledon or French Open or the US that she's used to, but still watching her husband Matty play fantastic tennis here at the Hello Courts, wonderful grass courts of Alexander Park, situated in the leafy suburb of Manoora, between the Golden Triangle of North Perth, Yokine and Mount Lawley. Come on down. Bar is open. Entry is free. Plenty of tennis ahead of us, including these 2 singles matches. There'll be doubles. Of course, the State League men's and women's 6 ties, 4 singles, culminating in 2 doubles, 4-man teams, 4 women teams. 7 teams in the men's competition this year, 4 teams in the women's competition. Beautiful off forehand from Matthew Ebden, really not being pushed early. 15 minutes into this opening set. Give you some updates of what's happening around the other ties being played. Dalkeith men's State League team coming up against Cottesloe. Derek Pham leading 6-2 3-love against William Hahn. Scotty Webster is level with Scott Jones, 1 set apiece. Timmy Woods, Mr. Amberjacks himself, proprietor of Amberjacks down in Cottesloe, some of the finest fish and chips you'll find anywhere around Perth, if not Australia. Timmy Woods defeated Dalkeith Tennis Club captain Josiah Tyson in straight sets. And Zach Viali is leading Adam Kahan by a set and 4-love. Skip across to Hensman Park, playing against UWA. Hensman Park, Kendrick Chi is leading 6-4 down 1-love against Hensman Park's Reece Johnson. Matthew Burton from Hensman Park leading Jasper Patterson 7-5 4-1. Ethan Cook from Hensman Park defeating Nathan Lim 6-1 6-2. So right now Hensman Park leading UWA by 1 rubber to love. Matthew Ebden, beautiful backhand passing shot, skips out to a 5-love lead, just a tick over 20 minutes against Brenton Bacon. As you heard Charles Ebden graciously give us a moment of his time talking about Matt's development with his tennis as a junior, their experiences coming out from South Africa and giving some advice to aspiring tennis juniors, particularly parents, on how they should provide as much support as for their kids as possible. Not an easy game, tennis, certainly at professional level. They have a few things go right for you. You've got to train incredibly hard. And this is something we've seen. Brenton Bacon just showing a couple of family snaps of his kids to Matty Ebden. No doubt exchanging pleasantries. Old mates used to play PSA together and against each other. Brenton Bacon, a Christchurch protege. Matty Ebden, of course, went to Hale back in the 90s. It's broadcast and brought to you by Scotty's Media. Scotty Walsh, former senior editor at Today Tonight. Done a power of work to get this production up and running. My name is Brett Patton. Tune into Court Talk, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning on 91.3 Sport FM. Alongside Darren the Big D Patton, give you an update about what's happening in the world of tennis. As we're going to get a chat with Ashwin Sharma, the very talented brother of Astra Sharma, who's making a name for herself on the women's tour, losing a mixed doubles final at the Australian Open only a matter of 2 years ago. There he is. Let's just get the camera on this good-looking rooster. I tell you what, you've just breezed in here. Look at $1 million. Now, Ashwin, welcome to Alexander Park.
Yep.
First year playing at Alexander Park. Hensman Park last year for State League?
I was at Hensman Park last year, yes.
Now, what got you across to Alexander Park?
Well, we were doing some negotiations at Hensman, but they've got a pretty young team up and coming, so I wanted like a little more guarantee of game time, which they couldn't really give to me. So I started looking around, and I really liked AP and the courts they have here, and Greg gave me a pretty good deal. So here
Fantastic. Great field too. Great to have you here. Now, what's happening? You're not on a court. You're struggling with a bit of an injury early in the season.
Yeah, so no, camera's on, right?
Camera's on.
See that one? It's actually a really fancy new wristband.
Is that?
No, I'm just joking.
It's not a wrist injury?
It is a wrist injury, so it's
Is it a stress factor?
I have a partial tear of my TFCC, so it's been about a year.
For those that don't know what a TFCC is, me being one, what is exactly that in layman's terms?
So there's a ligament that connects pretty much your arm bone to your hand bone. So that ligament in between those bones, I have a partial tear of it. It was misdiagnosed for a year as like a tendon thing, so I've been like kind of playing on it, and then they told me it was actually a torn ligament, so I think that kind of makes sense.
And what sort of time frames are we looking to get you back out on court?
Well, I've just had a injection into it, which, you know, it's not scientifically proven, but anecdotally they've had some good results. So if that works, then possibly in a few weeks, but if it doesn't, then I'll have to get surgery, which obviously pushes it back to, in that case, probably not till the second half of the season.
And last resort to wanting to have surgery. I mean, that'll effectively push you into the second half of the season. Let's talk about your journey. You're at college for a number of years. Yep. Your sister Astra, of course, is making a great name for herself in the Women's Tennis Association on the tour. For those of our listeners and viewers, Astra made the final of the Australian Open Mixed Doubles only a few years ago. Tell us about your journey. Did you start at Bull Creek Tennis Club?
So yes, when we first came to Australia, I was 10 years old, and Bull Creek was just a club down the road. It was 5 minutes away, and we could walk there. So yeah, Astra and I would just go down, and we'd hit up there all the time. And then obviously as we got better, we started doing squads at the State Tennis Centre and private coaching and so on and so forth. And we both ended up going to college, and you know, she's obviously done a lot better than me, but you know,
still very young, mate. At the time, you got plenty of room ahead of you. Which college did you attend in the US, and for how many years were you there?
I actually attended the University of Buffalo first. That's in New York State, for those of you who don't know. So it's like an 8-hour drive from New York, the actual city. And then I transferred to University of the Pacific in California. So it was a lot better weather.
I think that's the same university that Daniel Alamay went to, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Perth protege?
Yeah.
Were you there at the same time as Daniel?
Yeah, we were teammates for a couple of years there, which was interesting.
I can imagine. Now, do you still keep in contact with Daniel?
Yeah,
Daniel, is he still in the States, or has he moved back to Australia?
Yes, so Daniel he picked up a pretty bad back injury, which effectively kind of ended his tennis career. And he was doing finance in uni, and he wanted to stay in the States after. So he went down that whole pathway of internship and getting a job, and he's doing quite well for himself now. And he's still based in California, yeah.
Yeah, well, shout out to Daniel. We know he's a great talent and has been a great junior talent, and great to see him go on and do some great things at college level. Let's talk about your sister, if you don't mind, for a little bit. Where's she? Is she in Perth, or whereabouts is she now?
Right now she's playing her last tournament. So she left Perth a few months ago to play the US Open and the French Open. And after that, she stayed on. Yeah, she stayed on in the US to play a few of the smaller tournaments to try and get her ranking up. So she's just finishing the last one right now in Charleston.
Fantastic.
She's in the final of the double, so good luck to her. That's tomorrow. And she'll come back to Perth, it looks like, after this, and then go into the Brisbane bubble shortly after that.
Now tell me, there's some famous brother and sisters that have played together at Grand Slam level. Yvonne Goolagong-Cawley played with her brother Ian at, I think it was a Wimbledon, the mixed doubles. Now, have you worded Astra up to say, look, it's about time you sort of looked after me. I've been looking after you all my career. How about you get me on and play mixed doubles on the centre court, so either Australian, French, US or Wimbledon?
Yeah, no, I've actually talked to her about it, like kind of as a joke as well. But I don't think JP Smith would be very happy with me if I took her away, because he's gone finals and semis of the mixed at the Aussie Open. So, I don't think. It's kind of funny because obviously, like, I'm nowhere near that level, like right now, to be playing in a Grand Slam with her. But I was just joking with JP's coach about it. But I think he was actually getting a little bit worried. He was like, no.
Yes, well, that's just his meal ticket. But it'd be great to see, the brother and sister combination. Don't rule it out. Still plenty of tennis ahead of you. What?
Just definitely, I'm her brother, so if I get there, I'm going to have priority.
Now tell us about what's happening with you. Once you get yourself up and going, I mean, aspirationally, what do you want to do with your tennis? Are you looking at touring? Are you looking at getting back out and playing some more professional tennis?
Yes. So when my injuries heal, which is hopefully soon, and obviously when the travel rules are a little better, I'd like to get back out there. Ranking wise and professional, I don't think I have like a super set goal of obviously I want to get to where I can get to, the best that I can get to, but I just feel like I haven't played to my potential yet, and I think I can definitely do a lot better than what I've been doing, and I just would like to see where that goes.
Well, we know the age is going up and up and up, and particularly in the top 100, top 200 in the world. So, Roger Federer's 40 next year. We know he's a freak, but you still see a lot of players playing well into the mid-30s. We see Matty Ebden out here playing into his 30s. So you've got plenty of time. Astrid, I mean, what can you tell us about, what does she say about the women's tour? Does she enjoy being on tour? Does she enjoy the travel? What does she say about, is there much camaraderie between the best players in the girls' game?
I don't think she's talked so much about the camaraderie, but I definitely think she does enjoy traveling and playing all these tournaments. I mean, that's what we've always wanted to do when we were growing up. That was always the goal. And to see her being able to do that and travel around and play tennis for a living, I mean, she's really living the dream that she's always wanted to do. So I think I can safely say that she's enjoying it.
Yeah, fantastic. It's great to see you. And your origins from Singapore originally when you came out?
Yep.
Mum and Dad came out for a change of scenery?
Yeah, so they met in Singapore and were born in Singapore, and they'd lived there their whole lives. But obviously we were very into sports at a young age, and the system in Singapore is very academically based. And my parents were, very encouraging and supportive, and they wanted us to see us go further with that and have a better lifestyle as well. So that's why we ended up making the move to Perth.
Now, seeing the success that you and your sister have been having, particularly in juniors and coming through, and obviously the success Astrid is having right now on the world stage, has Singapore reached out to say, sort of draw you back? How about you come and represent us in Commonwealth Games or Olympic Games or? Yeah,
well, not me personally, but definitely with Astra, I think. I'm not really sure because that was a few years ago, but I think there was some dialogue. I'm not exactly 100% sure, but I did think they reached out a little bit. But unfortunately for them, she'd already committed to Australia.
Yeah. And we saw her famously at the Federation Cup final being part of the team that unfortunately went down to the French team. How did she find that experience? I mean, seemed like it was a week leading up to it. There was a lot of fanfare, a lot of world media. The spotlight was on Perth. Huge crowds at the Perth, where was it? At the RAC Arena.
Yeah.
Excuse me. How did she enjoy that experience?
We spoke to her about it, and obviously she would have loved to play. I think that would have made it even better. But just to be part of that whole experience, I think she had a very positive one, and she spoke highly of it.
I think they should have played her in the last doubles, to be honest with you. I think her and Ash Barty should have played together, give it rid of Sammy Stowe, so that was the weak link. So unfortunately, but the experience would have been worth its weight in gold nonetheless. Good to see you here. Hopefully you'll get back out on court. Looking forward to giving some broadcasts and watching you play in the next, well, hopefully the back end of the season.
Yep.
So get that wrist right, mate. Stay off it. Ice it up. Good seeing you. Ashwin Sharma, one of the new recruits for Alexander Park Tennis Club. Looking forward to him getting out on court, showing us his talents. Wonderful family, great athletic family, as you heard Ashwin talk about Astra's experiences. Finalist at the Australian Open mixed doubles only a couple of seasons ago, semi-finalist at the start of this year with JP Smith. Tremendous talent coming out of WA. And we're watching some tremendous talent right here, right now with Matty Ebden playing against Brenton Bacon, closest to the camera. Matty's up a set and 1-love. One of the rare points from Brenton Bacon, but well played. Sliding that forehand deep into the backhand corner of Matty and forcing his way to the net. Talented player, Brenton Bacon, no question about that. He's just not finding a rhythm or a groove out here against, supreme world-class athlete Matty Ebden. My name is Brett Patton. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast, courtesy of Scotty's Media. Get onto the Facebook site, YouTube channel, bringing you all the best coverage of the WA Men's and Women's State League for the summer of 2020-2021. Of course, if you want to know what happened up to today's play, get on to 91.3 Sport FM, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Darren, the Big D, Patton and I will give you an update about all things happening in the world of tennis. No doubt you're enjoying the coverage wherever you might be sitting. Plenty of activity around Alexander Park today. Division 1, Alexander Park playing against Mount Lawley Tennis Club, being headed up by Australia's over 45 singles champion, Reece McDougall, coach at Mount Lawley Tennis Club. You want to come down and enjoy the club atmosphere. Former Australian Tennis Club of the Year, recognised John Newcomb Industry Awards night.
Yes, sir. You guys are happy, mate?
There's a little bit of confusion out there with the boys having to change the scoreboard. Matty's not, of course, used to changing the scoreboard. It's all done for him when he plays professionally. Such are the nuances here. And, of course, you're calling your own lines as well. No third eye, no linesman. Pushing that forehand a little long. Took his time. A little bit lackadaisical, such as his lead. Matt Ebden closest to the camera. 6-love, 1-love. Serving against Brenton Bacon. Left-handed legend from Royal Kings Park. Won a couple of state leagues, Brenton Bacon. Won at Mosman Park a few years ago alongside Alex Downey from Alexander Park. Teamed up alongside Johnny Pearce and Brenton Bacon. Sam Maxwell was the team manager, team coach, team player. Skip across to court number 2, watching Dan Downey convincingly serve up that first set 6-2 against Jaron Stafford. Putting Alexander Park in a comfortable lead here. Singles tied, 1 rubber apiece. Alex Downey defeated Dean Cochran early in the day. And, of course, Sam Ashton, as you heard us talk to only moments ago, defeating highly fancied Junior and Jerome Iacone 6-4, 6-love. 6-1, 6-love have been corrected. We might just have a quick chat to Jerome Iacone as we're skipping through the courts here and watching some of the great play out there. Jerome Iacone, also part of the commentary team for Court Talk on 91.3 Sport FM. Synopsis of your game today. We spoke to Sam. Now, Sam, to his own admission, first, and my stats will show that the first 4 games he hit 14 unforced errors. You went out to a very quick start.
Yeah.
You had points to go 3-love. Didn't take your chances, and I think that was really the tipping point and turning point of the match. I mean, how did you give yourself, what was your assessment of your match today?
Definitely, yeah. Well, he missed so many balls at the start, had a quick 2-love lead, looking to go 3-love. And then I guess since then he won that game to go 2-1 and never looked back from there. He was a complete opposite player after that. So
My stats would suggest that your unforced error count started to rocket through and your first serve percentages were dropping down. And the first part of the first set, certainly your forehand and backhand winners, outright winners, the count was very high. What was going through your head when you got to, certainly at 4-5 where you dropped your serve? I mean, what actually was going through your head there? And then you're losing the next sort of 6 out of the last 7 games.
I just try to stay with it because I know Sam's such a tricky player to play, especially on grass court, especially when he's getting momentum and serving great, moving forward. So yeah, he just made it difficult for me and kept putting balls back in the court.
So watching Brenton Bacon and Matty Ebden out here on centre court. Brenton, a very tricky competitor. Certainly no match for Matty Ebden, leading 6-love, 2-love. I mean, if you have your time over again, if you could walk back onto the court, Jerome, have your time again, I mean, what would you do a little bit differently?
Take a Panadol before the game.
So are you suggesting you're under an injury cloud?
No, just last few days. Not an excuse, but...
Sounded very much like an excuse, Jerome.
It's a BP excuse. Learnt that from you, VP. But no, just been a bit under the weather the last few days. So, but no, credit to Sam. He played really well.
Very gracious of you because you certainly weren't saying that off camera. But let's talk about, you had your layoff last week and you've been training pretty much alongside and with Matty Ebden. I mean, what have you been able to pick up? Certainly the way Matty trains and his physicality. I mean, he's in great condition, but what does he do differently that you would suggest that you've taken into your repertoire after sort of hitting with Matt for the last 6 or so months?
Just trying to play at a higher intensity for a longer time, I think that's the difference. But someone like Sam is completely opposite to Matt, like the way they play. So it's a bit different, to play. So, which is good, you need to play different varieties and stuff. So, which is good.
Brenton Bacon, he's really up against Matty here. I mean, they were talking about a V8 versus not even a V8, probably a Datsun 200B against a Formula One out here today. I mean, now to your form this year, I mean, you've played really good in patches, Jerome, very good in patches, and then you sort of slide back into. Do you start getting a bit Hollywood? I mean, what's going through your head? I mean, you got the big bling in the ear. Do you start thinking about the celebrating and how you're going to celebrate sort of post-match and just get ahead of yourself?
No, not like you, VP.
Now let's talk about, you're stuck in Perth for COVID, obviously, been accepted into college in the US. The college that you're going to is?
At this stage, Coastal Carolina.
At this stage, well, you heard it first here. There might be some breaking news. You may not be going to Coastal Carolina after this film is what you're suggesting, but your paraphernalia is adorned all over their website. They're talking you up. Honestly, the bio that you've given them, it just reads like an absolute first-class novel.
Yeah, exactly.
All true, though. I mean, you're one of the up-and-coming sort of rising juniors. Won the Australian Cup, part of the Pizzy Cup. You've won a number of ITF junior tournaments. You've been successful at UTR level.
Yep.
I mean, what's the likelihood of you getting away and playing at college midway through next year? Is that the timeframes that you're looking to get away?
Yeah, looking to. Now, I think I really need to go because I don't want to keep waiting. I really need to get out and start playing. Because COVID, even though
it's holding you back a little bit, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
You're like a caged tiger. You prepared yourself. You've done the hard work. You're ready to go.
Yep, exactly. And get off the grass courts.
What are you looking forward to in the States? So as part of a Coastal Carolina tennis program, strong program.
They made it to top 100 in D1, which is good. So I just want to, as you know, I was injured for most of last year, so I want to start there and then prove myself, and then try and transfer, to a higher school. Want to get over there and get started as soon as possible.
All right. Now, just talking about your game, you've been at this club. Your sister Chanel's at Royal Kings Park. She's got off to a good start today. We're just reading some of the updates from around the grounds. Score Buzzer, for those who want to get on and have a look at Score Buzzer, gives you an update of all the results at WA State League, 4th round, men's and women's. What are you hoping to do? Is it just tennis you want to focus on, or are you going to go across there and give it your lion's share best at getting a degree in what? What are you going to study over there, other than
Well, you have to study over there, so I'm thinking maybe general finance or general commerce along those lines. So
my advice: get into something you actually want to do.
Yeah.
So I think.
What do you think I'll be?
I think you should do psychology.
Psychology.
for a number of
Anything else,
reasons,
or-
because you can get into your own head at the change of ends and talk yourself up a little bit,
Yeah,
rather than
true.
sort of. I mean, to be fair, we saw Greg Hutchison out there sitting courtside, and Greg Hutchison is one of the great Alexander Park members and board member of Tennis Australia. But is he the right guy to be giving you advice courtside?
I need you. I need you out there, BP. If you weren't at the mic, I want you down there with me. Give me a revving, give me a kick up the bum.
Well, I'm pretty good at getting people over the line. Anyway, Jerome, bad luck today.
Yep.
Looking forward to chatting with you tomorrow morning on 91.3 Sport FM for Court Talk. You'll be ready to go. Score buzzer is where you got to look for all the results.
Score buzzer. Awesome.
And give Big D a bit of a hard time too.
Awesome. Cool.
And Kenny Brown's just handed the results to us. We might just give a bit of an update on what's happening around the grounds. Dalkeith Tennis Club are currently leading Cottesloe Tennis Club 3 rubbers to 1. Derek Pham defeated Will Hahn. Scotty Webster defeated Scott Jones, which is somewhat of an upset and a bit of a surprise. Timmy Woods, talking about surprises, I think this is the first match Timmy Woods won at state league level 15 years. Defeated captain of Dalkeith, Josiah Tyson, in straight sets, and Zach Vialo, up-and-coming junior, defeated Adam Kahan. So right now, Dalkeith are leading 3 rubbers to 1. If we skip across to Hensman Park, being played at Hensman against UWA, Hensman Park are leading 3 rubbers to love. Zach Ickstein leads Ethan Dunn 4-1 in the first set. Reece Johnson defeated Kendrick Chi after dropping the first set, winning at 10-8 in a super tiebreaker. Matthew Burton, son of a gun in Ashburton, won against Jasper Patterson 7-5, 6-1. And of course, Ethan Cook defeating Nathan Lim 6-1, 6-2. So, as it stands, Hensman Park leading 3 rubbers to the love against UWA, and Dalkeith leading 3 rubbers to 1 against Cottesloe as we see the exit of a very disappointed Jerome O'Coney. No doubt he'll take it up and out in the doubles. Looking forward to him stepping onto court, probably playing alongside Matty Ebden. As we skip across, give you a score update here. Right now, Dan Downey playing against Jaron Stafford, leading 6-2, down 1-love in the second set. And Brenton Bacon finds himself on the board for the first time today, losing the opening set 6 games to love against Matty Ebden, and he's down a break 2 games to 1. Boys seem to be having a fairly decent chat out there as we might just pan around and have a bit of a look at what's happening in the crowd here at Alexander Park Tennis Club. Sizable crowd building up. Alexander Park, former winner of the Tennis Club of the Year, the John Newcomb Medal. We're seeing quite a sizable crowd here. Beautiful club. Come down, enjoy some of the hospitality. Watching Brenton Bacon walk to the back of the court, looking to just grab a ball. Finds himself on the board. Wonderful afternoon here of some of the best tennis talent in WA. Matches are all squared. Alexander Park, Kings Park, 1 rubber apiece. We saw Sam Ashton defeat Jerome O'Coney. And we saw Alex Downey square the ledger, defeating Kings Park's Dean Cochran to tie the match at 1 rubber apiece on the day. My name is Brett Patton. This broadcast brought to you by Scotty's Media. Tune into Court Talk tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Give you an update. Big D, Darren Patton, myself, talk about all things that's happening in the Men's and Women's State League. Of course, Jerome O'Coney will be on to give you an update of the men's, and Astrid Kanth, the Women's State League captain from Kings Park Tennis Club. Always very colourful character, entertaining character, and a real fancy by a lot of the tennis pundits out there. Tune in tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Crowd building very nicely around Alexander Park today, situated leafy suburb of Menora between Mount Lawley, North Perth and Yokine. Come on down if you've got nothing to do. Entry is free. Bar is open. Conditions are perfect for tennis. 3:15 Saturday. So plenty of tennis ahead. Doubles will be following the conclusion of the 2 singles matches. Watching Matty Ebden, former top 40 player in the world, far end of the court, up against Brenton Bacon. Beautifully dipped forehand, deep into the forehand wing. Brenton Bacon just applauding that off camera. Not what he can do. He's not really pushing through Matty Ebden. Not being all that aggressive from the back of the court, Brenton. Very reliant on his crafty swinging serve. It hasn't had a lot of punch today. Changes his game around. Very wristy. Brenton Bacon. He's been a real talent, WA tennis for many years. A little bit of razzle-dazzle from Matty Ebden. He's just taking it up a notch. Just letting Brenton Bacon know who's in complete control of this match, as you would, leading a set and a break. And just watching Scotty Walsh just show me the photos he's taken of Matty Ebden playing the shot behind the bat. No doubt that'll be front and square on the Scotty's Media webpage. Got any questions you'd like answered, please send them through. Those tuning in, thank you for listening in. Brenton Bacon just being outgunned by Matthew Ebden. Some of Matty's accomplishments includes a winning Australian Open mixed doubles title, bronze medalist at the 2010 Commonwealth Games in Delhi, Australian Davis Cup player, won a number of doubles titles on the ATP Tour alongside Ryan Harrison from the US. I think Brenton's enjoying his time out there. Had a layoff last week, so didn't get too much match play in the last 14 days. Welcome across the better half of the player that we're watching on court at the moment, Kimmy Ebden. Now, great to have you here. Now, listen, you are the number one wag in WA sport. You realise that, don't you?
Oh, I don't think I deserve that title. Thank you.
But certainly, in our eyes, you're that. Now, listen, this is uncommon for you. I mean, sitting front row at Alexander Park, usually we see on the big screen sitting front and square, either the Australian Open, Wimbledon, US, or the French. I mean, how are you finding your experience here at Alexander Park?
It's much more relaxed. It's great. I can have a cup of coffee and sit and chat. No, it's really nice. It's actually only the second time I've been to this club, and it's such a nice club. Really good atmosphere. I'm loving it.
Now, you're a Perth girl, aren't you?
I am a Perth girl. I was born in South Africa, but my family moved over when I was 2, so pretty much born and bred, but just not the born bit.
Now, was that what brought you and Matthew together? Clearly some synergies around country of birth, both South Africans, but what age were you when you came to Perth?
I was 2 and Matt was, I think, 12 or 13 when he came over, so a bit later on in life.
Yep.
But no, it was actually his sister that introduced us. So I was friends with her and she said, hey, I think you'd be good with my brother. So.
Is that right? Wow. So nice. Is there an age gap between, are you older or younger?
I'm a few months older, 6 months older. So.
Wag and a cougar, if you don't mind.
I know,
Tell us about your experience with Matty and travelling. I mean, you've been travelling you've been together for such a long period of time. Gee, you've been away. You feel like you're at home for probably 3 weeks of every year.
Yeah.
What's the experience like, particularly being the wife of a star player on the tour? Is it hard work? You're managing sort of the affairs for Matt too, aren't you?
Yeah, I guess so. Jack of all trades behind the scenes over here. No, it's been an absolute blast. I've really loved it. It's been about 7 or 8 years now since we got married. So that's how long I've been full-time on the road with him. So this year's a bit of an outlier. We've been here all year, which has been really nice. But usually, 10 or 15 weeks a year we're home total. It's been fantastic. I mean, I've seen places I would never have seen, met people I would never have met. It's just been amazing.
Now, what's your camaraderie like with the wives on tour, particularly the men's game? I mean, do you have a good group of girlfriends that you travel around with? Because you'd be primarily seeing a lot of the same faces, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely. We've got a really nice friendship group, and it's sort of grown over the years, and we've got like little events that we run, and yeah, we sort of catch up and take care of each other because we're the only ones who know what it's like. So
Now tell me, what's Mirka Federer like? Are you friends with Mirka, the wife of Roger?
I haven't seen a lot of Merck. I think she's a very busy woman. She is an absolute superstar. She's got 4 kids. She does a lot for Roger as well. So I think she's super busy. But the once or twice I've spoken to her, she's absolutely lovely. So
Now your background, lawyer, I believe.
yes, look,
Practicing?
not currently practicing. Maybe in the near future, given that we've been grounded, as
Yes.
it were. But
What sort of law do you practice?
I-
Or are you accredited?
corporate law, so industrial relations was where I was sort of specialising when Matt took me off on the road. So
Was it an easy thing to say yes to? Like, I'm going to go, I want you to travel with me?
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think it had been a long time coming. We talked about it for a number of years. So yeah, it was an easy decision in the end because, it's got a shelf life on it, the travelling life. So we thought, why not just do it while we can.
Some of your favourite tournaments that you've been travelling to for the last 7 or 8 years, what is your pick? What country do you love the most?
Oh,
Outside of Australia, of course.
That's a really tough one, actually. I mean, I love all the slams. Obviously, Wimbledon is fantastic. French Open, US Open. A couple of the countries that I've really loved. Portugal was a favourite. Turkey was another favourite. So some slightly different ones there. But I've loved most of the places we've been to. Yeah.
Now, your tennis abilities. Is there a desire to get out there and hit? Do you do a bit of practicing?
I love to hit. I'm not the most competitive person, so for me it would be social more than anything. I used to play when I was a kid and a teenager, but watching is my specialty.
Now, how does Matty deal with the adversity with travelling? I mean, there's injuries, there's losses. I mean, his frame of mind. I mean, he's obviously got used to it for many, many years, but his disposition naturally, what's he like off the court?
He's really easygoing off the court. He loves to just relax and take it easy, and I think it's really just scheduling is the trick, making sure you're getting enough weeks where you've got rest and mental break as well. So no, but he's really good at sort of switching off, and we have our little routines and our shows that we watch, friends that we catch up with. So we do plenty away from the court as well.
Now, listen, are you feeding him? Because there's not a bit of fat on him, and he doesn't mind getting the rig out, does he? The last bit of social media I've seen with the shirt on. Are you taking the photos?
I am taking the photos, yes. They seem to be quite popular.
Very popular. Going around, just doing the laps around the world. That's fantastic. He's probably in as good a shape now than he's ever been with his layoff, I would have thought.
Absolutely. I mean, he trains all the time. He finds it really difficult to put weight on. So yes, I am feeding him, but he doesn't ever put weight on. So he's lucky. We should all be so lucky.
I know. Yeah. I tell you, the COVID's caught up with me. COVID 6, I think. With that though, I mean, when you do travel, do you find time? Are you doing a lot of the cooking, or do you do a lot of takeout? I mean, is it a lot of restaurant eating, or how do you manage that?
When we're in apartments, I do the cooking for the most part, but most of the time, 90% of the time, we're in hotels. So it's a lot of Uber Eats. Actually, Uber Eats is amazing. We love it. It comes straight to the hotel door. So that's really good. We try and make really healthy choices. Hotel food, always a good breakfast buffet to be had at the hotel. So, no, and the tournaments feed us really well too. They've always got good, healthy food, lunch and dinner for the players and the rest of us as well. So
fantastic. Now, rate the slams if you don't mind. Best to the world. I think a lot of the consensus is the players love the Australian Open, but from a wife's perspective, hospitality, how would you rate them as far as them embracing the partners of the players?
Australian Open, of course, for me. I guess also I'm biased because it's our home slam, but just hospitality-wise, they're amazing. They really are. They take care of everyone so well. Not to say that the other slams don't, but Australian Open has my heart.
Yeah, absolutely. Would the French be at the bottom?
Oh,
very arrogant, the French.
But it's in Paris. How can you not love it?
How can you not?
Yeah.
Oh, great. No, all right, we won't get you an answer. Kimmy, lovely chatting to you. Thank you for coming on. Good to see you. We've seen you out here supporting. We look forward to you staying around, hopefully for the most of the season. We don't know what the schedule's going to look like. But in any case, he's still got a lot of good years, and great to chat to you.
Thanks so much.
Kimmy Ebden, the better half of what you're witnessing out here with Matty Ebden, just playing on court, playing a few trick shots, those who are just tuning in. Matty Ebden, former top 40 player in the world, Australian Davis Cup player, winner of the Australian mixed doubles title a few years ago, bronze medal winner at Delhi Commonwealth Games. Watching Brenton Bacon down a set and 4-1. Matty snatching at that backhand down the line. course, this broadcast brought to you by Scotty's Media. Scotty's Media getting a lot of coverage. Scotty Walsh, check him out on Tinder, Grindr, you name it, he's there. Former senior editor of Today Tonight, one of the real cats around town. Thank you for tuning in. Looking forward to bringing you all the updates. And growing the broadcast is getting a lot of patronage. Somewhat of this is our third broadcast. We're looking to continue it throughout the season. No doubt people love to tune in. I'm getting a lot of great feedback about, maybe not live, but they certainly like to go back and watch the reruns. So for all those tuning in to Court Talk, up to tennis, please get on the at Scotty's Media web link. You can find it at Scotty's Media on Facebook, on YouTube. We'll give it a promotion on the Court Talk program. Big D, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Shout out to you. Big D's very keen to see Scotty Walsh up close. Big D's very much old school. No doubt he's tuning in, up and been doing. Probably one hand on the antenna, the other hand holding the iPhone 4. Hasn't really upgraded his technology for a while. Oh, how's the point? Wonderfully played, and the crowd are really acknowledging the great play and giving. Bring a hand to what was a wonderful half volley by Brenton Bacon as we skip across to the bottom court, watching Jaron Stafford serving furthest from the camera against Dan Downey. Daniel Downey's all over in control of this match at the moment, winning the opening set 6 games to 1. 6 games to 2, my apologies, leading 2 games to 1. Does play the grass courts incredibly well. Good athlete, Dan Downey. He and his brother Alex Downey, separated by a couple of years. Alex Downey we saw get off to a flying start against Dean Cochran, winning that match in straight sets. Dan Downey hoping to emulate his older brother, getting Alexander Park off to pretty good standing, with Matty Ebden on the verge of closing out his match against Brenton Bacon. A lot of the action going on from all parts of the Perth region with the men's and women's state league. Gave you a bit of an update. We'll update you again at the conclusion of the singles matches. Alexander Park Tennis Club, which is being held, hosted and played. Bar is open, as you can see on the camera there. Plenty of people down here witnessing the great tennis on display. For those that do like an ale, a beverage, a juice, the bar is one of the finest sporting club bars you'll find. As we see Brenton Bacon just flexing the muscle. I did, yeah, just asking us here whether we like that shot. We certainly did. Probably needs to play quite a few more of them if he's going to be any real chance of sticking alongside Matty. We'll have a chat to Brenton after the match. Skip across to the top court, Matty Ebden playing some trick shots. That's the reverse banana that he's been practicing. Usually does it with a taco in the left hand. Speaking to Kimmy, his beautiful bride, she does most of the cooking. I wonder if she was helping him prepare the tacos, the burrito. I think it was a challenge put forward by Leighton Stewart. Matty's been out on court practicing the inside-out banana with the burrito in hand. Oh! You don't mind. Look at the old 1-2. Turned his back, walked away. Copped one right on the base of the handle. Such the quick hands from Brenton. Any part of the racket is legal. You can catch him on the hand, on the handle, on the throat, top of the racket. As long as it doesn't touch your body, makes it over the net. Ball is in play. Nice touch from Matt Ebden. 1-2. A couple of questions coming through from the the Big D. Thank you for tuning in, the Big D. Looking forward to hearing your comments on Court Talk tomorrow morning. Darren, the Big D, Patton. A lot of great coverage of Court Talk last week. The great conversations. Big D wants to know whether Matty actually owns the shirt, given his display on social media over the last couple of weeks. And there's the end of the match. Matty Ebden, too classy, too good, too strong, too fit. Every superlative known against Brenton Bacon. Good effort by Brenton Bacon, coming in at short notice, playing one of the best players in Australia. Matty Ebden wrapping up that match 6-love, 6-2 in a little over 60 minutes. Some were predicting 45 minutes whitewash, but Brenton hung in there. As we skip across to watch Jaron Stafford come up against Daniel Downey. Daniel closest to the camera, or white. Jaron serving from the far end of the court as you're watching. Great point. Both men playing significant forehands from the back of the court. Moving forward, Dan Downey forcing Jaron to hit a cross-court forehand and fell short. Of course, the WA pennant competition has been in effect for 121 years. First team ever to win the WA State League competition in 1899. Believe it or not, the WACA. We now associate the WACA with cricket, the home of cricket in WA, and one of the great venues anywhere you want to find across the world to play cricket in. They were the inaugural winners of the WA A-grade, as it was called, back in 1899. Of course, the perpetual shield is the David Blacklock Cup, the Blacklock Shield. David Blacklock, for those who don't know, was the former managing director for Dunlop Slesnia back in the 60s. Quite a prodigious talent himself. Played against the likes of Lou Hode and Ken Rosewell as a junior. And the A-grade Perpetual Shield is named in his honour after giving so much back to the sport throughout the 40s, 50s and 60s. My name is Brett Patton. Tune in tomorrow morning, Court Talk, 8 a.m. for commentary about what's happening in the Men's and Women's State League. Of course, Big D, Darren the Big D, looking forward to getting his comments on all things happening in the world of tennis. A little bit of humour and a little bit of update of some of the skullduggery and innuendo and rumours floating out there in the world of tennis. Bit of a follow-up from last week's show. We saw Alexander Zverev. He's managed to knock up, for the lack of a better word, his former girlfriend. She's a few years older than him. She's carrying his child. And one of his other girlfriends come out publicly on social media and made accusations about him taking the hand to her. A lot of trouble ahead of young Alexander Zverev. Tune in tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. This broadcast is brought to you by Scotty's Media, doing a wonderful job. Former senior editor of Today Tonight. Love the fact that we're broadcasting to you live every Saturday, Men's and Women's State League. So we're watching on the bottom court, far end. Dan Downey leading 3-2 after winning the first set 6-2. Up a break. The back of the win from Matty Ebden only moments ago. Alexander Park hold a 2-1 lead on the day's play. First team to win 4 rubbers wins the day. If it's 3-3, it comes down to sets. If the sets are tied, it comes down to games. Right now, Alexander Park in pretty commanding position, leading 2 rubbers to 1 and a set and a break up for Daniel Downey against Jaron Stafford. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the day's play here at Alexander Park. For those tuning in, send us a like, send us a question. Be happy to answer anything you want to come through on via Scotty's Media, YouTube, Facebook site. See some of the crowds slowly building here. All sorts of colourful characters here at Alexander Park. Former Australian Tennis Club of the Year, as presented and awarded at the Australian Industry Awards via the John Newcomb Medal. A couple of years ago, also been multiple winner of the WA Tennis Club of the Year, Alexander Park. We broadcast last week at the beautiful grounds of Royal Kings Park, former home of WA tennis for many, many years before the administration of Tennis West moved out to Burswood, known as the State Tennis Centre, opposite and in the shadows of the Optus Oval. So shout out to all those listeners who enjoy the odd game of tennis here and there. And if you don't enjoy the tennis competitively, get down to your local tennis club. Part of a community centred around the sport of tennis. Michael Roberts, CEO of Tennis West. Shout out to Michael. No doubt he's listening in. Alicia Mollick will be tuning in, Federation Cup captain. She loves her tennis at all levels. She's a wonderful ambassador of the game of tennis, not just in Australia, but globally. Seeing a bit of activity in the crowd, social gathering. The crowd is really becoming quite vocal, quite boisterous. Looking forward to the conclusion of this match with Jaron and Dan Downey and getting these doubles up and happening. The crowd have enjoyed watching Maddie Ebden play 2 weeks ago, and again, putting on a wonderful display today against Brenton Bacon, winning in straight sets. Big serve, Jaron Stafford. Jaron, a prodigious talent. Played at many clubs at state league level. Nearly married only 18 months ago, my understanding is. So no doubt that's put an extra 10K on his serve. Nothing like a marriage to build the frustration up. Oh, really went after that second serve, just trying to get the frustration out, Jaron Stafford. As you heard Kimmy Ebden talk, she was speaking about her love for the Australian Open as a partner and a wife of one of the players. Loves spending time in Portugal. It's one of her favourite destinations, went on tour. It's pretty hard for the wives and partners. It's not all five-star resorts and first-class airlines. There's hours on the road. He's going through airports. And there's managing your body and your conditioning and making sure that Matthew is always at as best a condition he can possibly be. Big serve again. A little bit of frustration from Jaron. Just percentage of those first serves dropping away significantly. And again, going after his second serve. Not holding anything back. Dan Downey really just unleashing and beautiful touch. Nicely played. Beautifully constructed point. Again, looks like it's well held from Jaron Stafford. Dan Downey walking to the net with his towel, just toweling off, leading a set and 4-3, up a service break in the second set. Bit of a recap on today's play. We saw Maddie Ebden winning against Brenton Bacon in straight sets. We saw Sammy Ashton to defeat Jerome O'Coney in straight sets. We're watching Dan Downey up a set and a break against Jaron Stafford. And of course, his brother, Alex Downey, defeating Dean Cochran, journeyman Dean Cochran. Fellow who likes to wear the very tight T-shirts, as made mention during the presentation of the State League shirts at Kings Park. They hand out extra large to all the players. My understanding is Dean Cochran likes to wet the shirt and put it straight in the dryer to shrink it down a size or two. So it's at least a medium. Hope you're enjoying today's broadcast, brought to you by Scotty's Media. My name is Brett Patton. One part of the Court Talk duo, Darren the Big D Patton. Looking forward to keeping you up across all the activity of the Men's and Women's State League for tomorrow morning, 8 a.m, 91.3. Going to have Goran Marijan on as our special guest. Goran, a tennis prodigy out of WA, used to coach Harriet Dart, Federation Cup player out of the UK, and of course Nikolai Bashvili, top 30 player out of Georgia. Goran had a lot to do with coaching him, travelling the world with him. Looking forward to getting him on air and pulling him apart, telling us all about what it's like to be a coach of some of the world's finest players. Yeah, he's got a few great stories to tell. Colourful character, Goran Marijan. He's been spending a lot of time in Turkey at one of the Turkey tennis academies over there and doing some wonderful work for the last 6 or 7 years and fostering the next talent. Dan Downey, closest to the camera. Up a set and a break against Jaron Stafford. Far end of the court, Dan Downey, you can see. He's got his name adorned across the back of his shirt. All Alexander Park tennis players, State League, have their name on their shirt, courtesy of their sponsors, 5D Clinics, Edison Property, courtesy of Claude Oconee. We might just have a quick word to Claude, actually. As you can see, coming in. You can't miss Claude. I mean, he's one of the colourful characters around town. He's one of the finest real estate agents from Edison Property. Is this what you normally get up? Is this what helps sells property, Claude? The bright shirts, the colourful? That's what I mean. You're very colourful in nature. Is this what gets the clients through the door?
Well, you said the right thing. I'm very colourful in nature. But no, look, to be a successful real estate agent, you have to be a good talker, a bit like yourself, Brett. So, no, it's a great day today, don't you think?
Wonderful day.
Alexander Park shining as always. Those greens are looking absolutely flat and lush but hard. I think the boys are doing really well here today. Whoever wins, it's a great spectacle.
It is. Now, you've just spoken about the grass. Johnny Gillette's a groundsman here.
Yeah.
I mean, puts a lot of time and effort into the grass. You've an experienced player yourself, played a lot of grass courts. I've seen your form. I mean, Jerome, for those listeners that don't know, Claude is the father of Jerome, and Chanel. Chanel right now is doing some wonderful things at Royal Kings Park. I think she won a match today, funnily enough. But the courts here are as good as any grass courts you'll ever find anywhere, not just in WA, but across the world.
Yeah, look, Matt Ebden in the interview a couple of weeks ago did say that these are pretty good greens. I call them greens, all right. But it actually used to be a bowling green many years ago. But anyway, no, the lawns are looking good. John Gillette's a great groundskeeper, and credit to him. And look, the members at the club here just enjoy not only playing on them, but just looking at them sometimes. Sometimes it looks like a carpet of grass.
Do you find yourself just coming down here and parking the car and staring at the grass from time to time?
No, not really. No, I'd rather be out there sliding on it and hitting balls. But no, it's a credit to what he does and how the club looks after the balls.
Johnny Gillette's been a groundsman here for many, many years, and wonderful ambassador to groundsmanship, I guess. There's a few really good grounds people, I think, for tennis in WA. One is Robbie Ferns, doing a great deal of work, and of course Pod. No doubt Pod's tuning in. But there is a rumour going around at the start of every season to get these grass up and running. Johnny Gillette, before a ball is even struck on these grass courts, the night before the opening of the season, he actually puts the mattress down and sleeps on the grass court here.
Look, I think it's really important that the grass knows what's about to happen to it and who's doing it. And John's got that magical. He's the grass whisperer. Yes. Let's call him the grass whisperer here at Alexander Park. He might do that at the other clubs he works at, but no, there's a mysticism about how he does it.
Yeah, we call him the old grass sausage. Anyway, Claude, lovely chatting to you, mate. Now, what are we expecting for the second half? Doubles. I mean, Jerome, unfortunately, we had a chat to Jerome. He was complaining of a sore throat. Said he needed a bit of Panadol. I mean, how did you assess the match today between him and Sam?
Oh, look, I think Sam played really well. I mean, Sam is a crafty player. He's a good grass court player. Loves the slicing. Keeps the ball low. Comes to the net. Jerome, had his hands full. He wasn't insurmountable, but Jerome just wasn't on the ball today. And well done to his opponent. And if you also just want to do a little plug,
please.
If people can go to our Facebook page and Instagram page, you'll just see updates of photographs, and it might even be a picture of you on there.
Lovely.
Mate. All right, but
and you're doing a great deal of work doing all the social media for Alexander Park. I mean, it's first class, and well done to you to keeping that. It's getting a lot of momentum, a lot of coverage of not just Alexander Park, but also the greater competition, all the great players. I mean, you've been associated with the club for many years. How have you found this club as a community? You're really enjoying your time here?
We're just on the side, on the promotional social media side. When I actually became a member at the club here, it's only about 5-6 years ago, and then State League was mooted as a possibility. I said, well, you know what? I think we need to pull tennis, WA tennis, out of a stagnant period and get up with it and get the general public to know that it's available and just to watch and to play. So since being the comms director, we've got a new website now. Socials are working really good, and we're just trying to promote the sport as well as the club. What was the other question?
Just enjoying the community here at the Alexander Park Tennis Club. I mean, it's been awarded Club of the Year at the John Newcombe Medals, also two-time WA Club of the Year. I mean, how do you found the environment here, and what makes this club the way it is?
Look, the clubs have been around since 1932. A lot of clubs have been around for a while. I think in the last 10 years, we've got to credit that to the board of directors who work as a team. All right, it's not one or two or three people. It's a collaborative effort, and under the stewardship of Kerry Wagnall, the boards worked with her and put the greater good of the club rather than serving the interests of a small minority in the club. And look, it's a great community feel. Look around today, we're promoting state league, we're promoting tennis, and it all augurs well for a very good future.
Now put your professional hat on. What's the market doing? Property market, residential market doing in Perth? Are we on the up and up? There's some talk that the bubble may burst on the east coast. Oversupply, but in WA?
Look, WA, there's an undersupply of property. Normal laws of supply and demand say that when there's a shortage, prices go up. And that's what's happening at the moment. The vacancy rate in the rentals is down below 1%, which I haven't seen for years. So there's a lot of upside to the market. I think the economy in WA is running really well. There's money in Perth at the moment, COVID or no COVID. And look, what I'm waiting for is Q1 next year, just to see how it all tracks, whether the momentum is still there. Maybe ask me in January next year.
That we will. Claude, always good to chat to you. Thank you for coming on board. Get out and start taking some photographs. Claude O'Coney, one of the sponsors here from Edison Property. We flick across to Dan Downey, just on the back of a huge forehand down the line, just picking up the towel. Dan Downey leading 6 games to 2 and 5 games to 4. Alexander Park leading the day, 2 rubbers to 1. My name is Brett Patton. This broadcast being brought to you courtesy of Scotty's Media. Might give you some updates from around the other matches being played throughout the WA tennis landscape. Saturday, Men's State League. Dalkeith leading 3 rubbers to 1. Derek Pham defeating Will Hahn in straight sets. Scotty Webster in somewhat of an upset over Scott Jones in the super tiebreaker in the 3rd set. Josiah Tyson losing to Timmy Woods. Zach Viala winning 7-5, 6-love against Adam Kahan. And the doubles are up and around and running. Derek Pham and Scotty Webster for Dalkeith are down a set against Scott Jones and Willie Hahn. And Josiah Tyson and Zach Viala are up 6-1, 5-1 against Timmy Woods and Adam Kahan. The other match being played today, Hensman Park are up 3 rubbers to love against UWA. Zachy Ickstein is up a set, 3-2 against Ethan Dunn. Reece Johnson defeated Kendrick Chi in 3 very tight sets. Matthew Burton, the son of Ash Burton, former State League champion back in 1993, defeated Jasper Patterson in straight sets. And Ethan Cook defeated Nathan Lim in straight sets. And of course out here in Alexander Park Tennis Club, we're watching Dan Downey furthest from the camera, looking to serve for the match against Jaron Stafford. Looking forward to a wonderful doubles post conclusion of this match with Dan Downey and Jaron Stafford. This, of course, brought to you by Scotty's Media. We might just get Scotty on from Scotty's Media. You're doing a power of work, Scotty, former senior editor of Today Tonight, just getting around the grounds. I mean, wonderful production again, Alexander Park. Great production last week, getting a lot of great feedback around putting together live streaming of the WA Men's State League. How have you found today's production?
Oh, today's been really good. Like, obviously got a ripping day for it weather-wise, and setting up today was good. So, mate, it's all touch wood. It's all going really well. So, really good tennis. Here's Dan, nice shot. Yeah, mate, no, I'm really happy with it so far. We've got quite a few viewers as 10. That's beauty. It dropped down to 9. I don't know how that. I've upset somebody.
You're definitely upset, but I can tell you the replaying of the matches afterwards, because this will be on at Scotty's YouTube page, and people can get on there and have a look at the replay post the match. Sometimes people don't get on live, as we know, but certainly get on there. And in fact, the latest numbers that we've seen coming out of the YouTube page, I think the last week's match got up to about 6,500 viewers. So it's a pretty good going.
That's pretty good, mate. I'm really happy with that. Like you and I have discussed, it's the start of something that's going to be big, and we'll get people on board, and they'll see it, and we will get scores on screen at some point, and it'll be an amazing thing. So we're really excited. It looks good, and we get people around the world who are tuning in and enjoying the broadcast, and it's really great. So I'm excited.
And if we want anyone to come in and sponsor the broadcast at Scotty's Media, please do reach out to at Scotty's Media through the website, through his Facebook, and through YouTube, and we can get your sponsorship up and about. Because as we made mention, the patronage of at Scotty's Media and the broadcast of the WA State League, men's and women's, is going through the roof. Now, your work here at the Alexander Park Tennis Club, men's captain.
Yes.
doing a power of work in the last couple of years, haven't you? I mean, you enjoyed your time here at Alexander Park?
Oh, mate, I love it. It's great. It's, doing tennis and dealing with the members, and the members are all amazing here. So, no, it's good. I'm a little bit less tennis now. I'm focusing on the live streaming, so doing a bit more work. So guys are like, "Do you want to hit?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'd love to," but I'm doing tests and that sort of thing. So a little bit less tennis, but
Can I just say though, less tennis. You're actually sweating more putting the broadcast together than you were on the court. Now, last time we caught up with you, it was at the home match here, Hensman Park against Alexander Park. I asked you, you're a former senior editor of Today Tonight, worked alongside a lot of the seven greats, Basil Zemplis. Now, we spoke about, this is before the Lord Mayor the race was run. Now, he's got up and won.
Yep.
Any surprise from you that Basil Zemplis got up and won the Lord Mayorship?
I don't know about surprise. I really wasn't following it. I was following it through friends. I think I said through friends who live near the Swan River there, and they were quite keen for Basil to get the gig. And he's as soon as he got in, he said a few things, and people were like, "I'm going to protest that," which I think is, that's each to their own. But
to be fair, I saw some of the news coverage of that protest, and I didn't see you in the crowd, did I?
You definitely didn't see me in the crowd, champion. No. I was either hitting or setting up for live stream. That's my life.
Fantastic. Now, where are we broadcasting next week? You've got a bit of a rotation policy happening. Are we looking at another club to broadcast next week?
Well, Kings Park are very keen for a bit of live streaming. So I believe next week I'll be with Kings Park, and on the 21st of the 11th we're going to broadcast our first ever Ladies State League, which will be Royals King Park versus Peppy Grove.
Wonderful.
So that'll be awesome. So I think Joe didn't say I couldn't do that. I hope she wasn't telling me I couldn't do that.
No, well, that's just making sure. Well, it's great that we're getting the broadcast out to the broader sporting community in WA, and great work again, Scotty. I'll let you carry on, get around and start sweating up even more as we wait for the doubles to get on.
Beautiful.
Scotty Wells, former senior editor of Today Tonight, one of the real personalities around town. If you see him out in the tennis court, he wears the cut-off sleeveless shirt and he wears the old flannel headband, which you don't see. Terry toweling, as they say. Apparently he wears it just tucked inside the shorts and across the brow just to get the sweat away. Just draws the sweat away. Great to see a lot of action out here at Alexander Park Tennis Court. We might just flick around, show a little bit of what's happening around here in the crowd as we're continually watching this match between Dan Downey looking to serve the match out against Jaron Stafford. Just tightening up a little bit. Always very difficult to serve matches out at any level. Doesn't matter whether you're a professional, whether you're an amateur, a club member. Serving matches out, something just sweeps across the body. Just a wave of nerves. You see the finish line in sight. Sometimes people just can't bring themselves to play at the level they were to get to that point. Seeing a little bit of that here with Dan Downey serving for the match, up a set 5-4. Playing against Jaron Stafford, closest to the camera. Great stalwart, journeyman of the men's game in WA. Big forehand, great recovery from just a little long, sensational point by Jaron Stafford. But how's the hands from Dan Downey? Half volley, just couldn't quite pick it up. Unfortunately missed out. As we've got a fan, would you like to come across and have a chat on TV? We might just get the young lady, one of the young junior proteges on. What's your name?
Eva.
Hello, Eva. Now, are you a member here at Alexander Park?
No.
You're not a member? Just come down to watch. Who are you supporting down here today?
Brenton Bacon.
Is Brenton, does he coach you, Brenton Bacon?
Yeah, he does.
He's a wonderful player, Brenton. Did you see his game today?
Yeah, I watched him play Matt Ebden.
Now, Matthew Ebden. Do you know much about Matthew Ebden?
Not really, but I know he's 200 and something in the world.
That's right. Used to be number 40. He won the Australian Open mixed doubles. He played for Australia in the Davis Cup. Wonderful player. Now, tell me about Brenton. How long's Brenton been coaching you?
I think 2 years.
And do you play many tournaments? Are you playing pennants?
Yeah, I'm playing pennants for Hensman.
Oh, you play at a Hensman? Okay. Did you play tomorrow or to?
Yeah, I play tomorrow.
Right. Now, what's your favourite stroke? Do you like the forehand or the backhand?
Actually, it's my backhand.
Is it your backhand? very rare. A lot of people like their forehand even more. So how long have you been playing tennis?
I've been playing tennis for 3 years.
And do you play any other sports with tennis?
Well, I've started to play basketball.
Are you playing basketball?
Yeah.
So what do you like more? Because, I think you should play as many sports as you possibly can. Basketball's a great game. Good for movement and jumping, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree, but I think I would like tennis more.
More money in tennis. If you're very good, there's more money. Lovely chatting to you. Good luck with your tennis. Say hello to Brenton for us and make sure that he gives you a reduction for your mum and dad when he coaches you, okay?
Okay.
Lovely talking to you. Bye-bye. Beautiful little interview there. One of the aspiring juniors playing out at Hensman Park. Brenton Bacon is the coach. Great to see her coming down, watching Brenton play. As we go back to court 2, Dan Downey dropping his serve, unfortunately, for the Alexander Park supporters. Serving at a set in 5-4. Jaron Stafford really dug deep in that return game, pulling out all stops to break serve of Dan Downey. Dan, as you can see, far end of the court, just jumping up and down, trying to get him back into some competitive headspace. Sort of sucks a little bit of energy out when you're serving for the match and you drop your bowl. Big serve down the tee. Jaron really starting to lifting his intensity, lifting his game. .3 for those who want to tune in. Court Talk. Big D and I give you a wrap around what's happening in the world of tennis, locally, internationally. Great following on Court Talk, our 11th season on air. Big D's got quite the cult following. Generally, they're aged between 45 and 55. Missing a few teeth and don't mind the Bundy and Coke. Generally find them hanging out at bars late into the night. But anyway, everyone's got their market. 6 games to 5, changing ends. Dan Downey and Jaron Stafford really grinding it out. Been on court for a tick over 75 minutes. Just waiting for this match to conclude before we get the doubles on. Looking forward to seeing Matthew Ebden again front up and play. As we're looking around the grounds, we're seeing some great coverage of some of the fans here all playing. Watching, spectating, and just tuning in. Young Eva, she'll become quite have a following on social media. The young lady we just spoke to,
Yeah,
I think.
I saw her at Hensman play yesterday. She's very good player. Played a young boy in one of the finals there. So very, very good player. Very good player.
It's great that she got a real buzz coming on air. Loves her basketball too. It's great to see the young kids playing all sorts of sports. I'm talking, of course, to Scotty Walsh from Scotty's Media. Doesn't mind getting his head on. He was admitting he was not going to be on air talent, but gee whiz, he's got a fine forehead and a face for it. There's no doubt about that. As we're watching the final stages of Dan Downey up against Jaron Stafford. Dan Downey, of course, was serving for the match only moments ago, and he's down 6-5, having been broken back by Jaron Stafford. Old KG character. You played many sports when you were a junior, or just concentrate on one? AFL obviously was a love of yours.
It's Australian rules. Thank you, Brett. And it's no good. I played Aussie rules. That was my focus. Played state footy.
Yeah.
So I wanted to do that, and then.
What was your position? To me, you strike me as sort of a back pocket player. Just come out full of steam, just punching.
Yeah, no, you're way off the mark there, BP. I was an on-baller. I had a big tank, and I love being on ball and. Shot.
So the on-ball work. I mean, aspirations of playing AFL.
That was not the plan, but I thought I'll see how far that goes. But then I got to about 19 or 20 and had hip issues, and couldn't kick a footy anymore. And so I just stopped doing sport because the doctor said there's nothing wrong with you. But I just couldn't run around anymore. So I made it to my sort of 35ish and decided, right, I'm going to take up tennis. It's an old person sport, and I can get around doing that.
Well, it's probably better to go out with injury than realise you got no ability. I mean, that's probably, we all get stuck at that stage in our life, don't we? Thinking we're better than what we are. But unfortunately, but it's good for tennis that you're on board here in tennis. Now, here you're making this match out here very close. I mean, Dan Downey serving for the match, as I made mention on him moments ago. Very hard to close matches out, Scotty, even in all divisions. I mean, you're playing Division 3.
5.
5. Is it still tough to close matches out, even in those divisions?
Not for me.
I didn't even know we went down to Division 5. I'm sorry, I haven't seen the draw that low before. But
When's the last you played? I believe it was a retiree against. Was that Lukey Cat? Is that right?
yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
Got us a set and said that's enough.
48-year-old body just let me down, Scotty. Let me down. Unfortunately, as we say goodbye to Scotty Walsh. Enjoying the coverage here. Enjoying the coverage for Scotty's Media. My name is Brett Patton. Tune in to 91.3 Sport FM at Court Talk tomorrow morning. Give you an update about what's happening in the world of tennis. It's all happening out here on the courts. We're seeing Mount Lawley play Alexander Park Division 1, as well as Kings Park and Alexander Park at the State League. Dan Downey down a 6-5 in the second set, really being pushed to the limits after having options and chances to serve for the match, serving at a 6-2, 5-4. Unfortunately, couldn't get the job done. A couple of fans just suggesting they're going to come in and watch Big D and I live on air tomorrow. I'll have to put security at the front door. It's not all that common, the fans we get. Again, making mention that Big D and I have been doing Court Talk, publicising tennis for WA for many, many years, 11th season, in fact. And we do have somewhat of a cult following. As made mention, Big D, generally his following is between 45 and 55. I love the bourbon and cokes, Scotch and colas, and I love listening to Cole Chisel. Serve wide on that occasion, 6-all, second set tie break. Dan Downey already up 1 set to love. Beautiful forehand, dug out. Unfortunately, just didn't get over the net from Jaron. Good effort, second serve, swung away from the right-handed Downey, but it was right in the sweet spot, leaned in on it, made good contact out in front, rolling over the ball, dipping the ball down to the incoming Jaron. Hope you're enjoying today's broadcast, courtesy of Scotty's Media. We're talking about the groundsmen earlier before. John Gillette, groundsman here at Alexander Park, producing world-class grass courts. Of course, Robbie Ferns has grown his stable of clubs to quite a few. Robbie started off at Mount Lawley Tennis Club, moved across to Robinson Park, and has spread out quite thinly now to a number of other clubs, all producing wonderful grass courts alongside Peter O'Day, Pod, who's chief groundsman at Colosseum Tennis Club. As you can see, the ball bouncing like it's a hard court, such as the signs of a great grass court. Ball bouncing up gives you an opportunity to either play from the back of the court or serve and volley. And Alexander Park used to be the home of WA Open for a number of years. Challenger events over here. Watch Kent Kinnear from the US, the Axeman. We had a couple of WA Opens here back in the mid-90s. Of course, Big D, now tuning in. He's won a WA Open here, defeating Mark Ilawati, as it were, in the final. Colourful character Mark Ilawati. Congratulate Mark and his beautiful bride, bringing into this world a little boy only months ago. No doubt he'll be tuning in. Originally from Victoria, came over here to coach. Stuck around for about 10 years, causing all sorts of dramas. Colouring the hair, throwing the racket, cursing the umpires. Good days. Midway through this second set tiebreaker between Dan Downey and Jaron Stafford. Jaron serving. Score on the tiebreaker is 2 points to Dan, 3 points to Jaron. You can probably hear in the effects microphone, Scotty Walsh just giving some words of encouragement to some of the young juniors in the club.
Oh.
Pushed it long, Dan Downey. Good point. Just a little bit played within himself. Good aggressive play. Jaren's lifted his intensity, and certainly in the last 7 or 8 minutes, finding himself up a mini break in the second set tiebreaker. As we said, the change of both boys toweling off, having a drink of water, keeping up hydration. Quite a warm day out here. Alexander Park got to as high as 29 degrees. Currently, we're around at the mid-20s. With the doubles to come not far away. Jaren Stafford closer to the camera, looking to push this to a super tiebreaker. After trailing a set and down a break. Dan Downey, the far end of the court. Opportunity to close the match out in straight sets. Now finds himself down 4-2 in this second set tiebreaker. Of course, those listening in, it's a super tiebreaker in the third points. No third set. So if Jaren wins this tiebreaker, they immediately turn around and play a super tiebreaker, first to 10 points. (5-2), Jaren Stafford. Hope you're enjoying today's play, courtesy of at Scotty's Media. My name is Brett Patton. Alongside Darren the Big D Pat for Court Talk tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. on 91.3 Sport FM. Big off forehand, Jaren Stafford. Puts him in a real commanding position in this second set tiebreaker. Dan Downey just lost a little bit of intensity after dropping his serving for the second set and for the match about 7 or 8 minutes ago. Bed serve to the body, jammed up Jaren. Just caught him on the frame, the throat of the racket. There it is, tied up, one set apiece. Great comeback from Jaren Stafford, digging out. Remarkable recovery after being all at sea, particularly late in that second set, down a break, losing the first set. Dan serving for the match. Played an impressive game. Now finds himself locked at 1 set all. Russian roulette right now, first to 10 points, super tiebreaker. The match tie, as it currently stands, is 2 rubbers to 1 in favour of Alexander Park. Matty Ebden defeated Brenton Bacon. Sam Ashton squared the ledger, defeating Jerome O'Coney. Alex Downey defeated Dean Cochran, and now we find ourselves into a third set super tiebreaker between Dan Downey and Jaren Stafford. Dan sitting closest to the camera, just drinking, trying to gather his thoughts before heading out to the super tiebreaker. It's anyone's competition now. Love or hate, whether you're a traditionalist or not. The super tiebreaker in the third set certainly makes for an interesting match. Best of 3 sets, first to 6 games. Generally, people can find a bit of time to work themselves into the match. But on this occasion, it's a bit of a Russian rule, a bit of a shootout. You might say good afternoon to Baz as he just sort of tries to look into my notes. Baz, the captain, what are we, State League captain, manager?
Manager, mate, yes. It's a great afternoon. Crowd's great. Courts are playing fantastic. And we've got one of the best matches of the afternoon. Some very hard serving from the Kings Park.
Jaren Stafford?
Yeah.
Dan Downey had his chances there. He's serving for the match, set 5-4. Just as we made mention on air just a few moments ago, very hard to close matches out at any level. Something washes over you. And if you get behind on the scorecard early when you're trying to serve out a match, you start to get a little bit tight, Baz.
Yeah, but
you ever felt that? Ever felt that sort of the build up in the throat when you're serving for a match or kicking for a goal? Or
oh, mate, the shoulders drop, the neck drops. But into this tight third set now.
a slow delivery.
Yeah,
I mean,
so, yeah.
let's talk about your tennis for a while, if you don't mind.
I don't think we need to talk too much
Are we,
about that.
are we playing pennants?
No, just
Socialising?
just a social punter.
Yeah.
Just enjoying,
What was your background in sport? I mean, from Greece, was any Greco-Roman?
No, I was born in Australia, so didn't get to wrestle with too many men. So
Made up for that in your late teens, I would imagine. Big serve from Jaron Stafford.
Yeah.
Great player. Terrific talent. I don't know much about Jaron. Wonderful
No,
player. Had a breakout season probably about 5 years ago, defeating Andrew Roberts when Andrew was really the head and shoulders #1 best player. And Jaron was playing at Higgins Park. Really solid player. We can start to see that now. We witnessed him last week against Will Hahn. Probably didn't put it together. He's really lifted his intensity in the last sort of 15, 20 minutes.
He's got a lot of confidence with his shots. He's got some very powerful serve and big forehand and good volley.
Big forehand.
Big forehand.
Was that in? Might have to go to the replay on that.
go to
Baz. A bit
video.
too far. Knowing the way you call lines, you would have called it out. Probably a foot and a half in. Now, what's on tonight, Baz? Celebrations for the club. The club, after every state league match, they stay around. The punters get here. They drink something to eat.
Well, Captain Jerome's organising a night out with the team, so
I think he should go and have a good hard look at himself. He should put himself to bed. He's complaining of a sore throat, throwing all sorts of excuses that he's lost today, Baz. He might have to just give himself a good talking to.
Sam played really well today, some very good volleying. But it's all a learning curve for Jerome. I'm sure that now next time they match up, he'll be a lot more determined. Probably know exactly what to do, but
Done much on air work before?
not too much.
Just home movies?
No, not too much. So, as a program tomorrow, what's lined up?
Big lineup tomorrow. Thank you for asking. For those interested on
I think
91.3
you-
Sport FM, Court
Aaron
Talk.
and yourself do a fantastic job promoting tennis in the state. So,
He's
we're very-
tuning in. You want to give a shout out to Big D?
Oh, Big D, give my regards. So what's on the?
We've got Goran Marijan tomorrow. Goran was former coach of Nikolai Bastiavelli, top 30 player in the world. Also Harriet Dart. He's a locally born player. Just trying to get some of the local coverage about our wonderful coaches on
excellent.
up and about. So
We're looking for an interesting summer of tennis. Hopefully, with a few announcements from Tennis Australia that maybe tennis will be based in Melbourne.
at this stage, there's a couple of scenarios being played out. Baz, I suggest that there will be a bubble in and all the tournaments would move to Melbourne to be played in Melbourne. I think if we're going to get through the Australian Summer of Tennis, it's probably the only viable option. I think the ATP Cup will all be played in one venue. I just don't think we can get the ATP Cup and running here in WA, given the bubble that we're in with COVID and the quarantine restrictions. It's going to be a real shame for the certainly WA Summer of Tennis, but I think for the greater good, make sure we're getting through these events. Having a bubble in one state, I think, is probably the way to go.
Yeah, it's not forever. It's just for the short term till we find a good solution and eradicate this illness.
How have you been going? You've been keeping pretty well?
Keeping very well, thanks. And
what do you put it down to? The love of a good woman?
a bit of everything. I think just living in Perth, I'm just enjoying spending the mornings at the beach, have a swim and a coffee at the coast to start.
Any crumb sausage work?
No, not too much. But, now what's the score back on this tie break? Because I think that's what our viewers
I think
really
it's
need
4 points
to
to 2 in favour of Jaron Stafford.
know. And he's serving. First serve, let's see what happens. Big first serve, great return. Lovely backhand, another backhand.
Great bit of attacking tennis by by Dan Downey, getting the mini break back, which is exactly what he needed for his confidence. Now, have you found a shout out to the sponsors of Alexander Park?
Oh, we've got some great sponsors. We'll start off with 5D Clinics. They're very loyal sponsors. Uniforms. They put a lot of money into the club. They really enjoy sponsoring the club, giving the guys an opportunity to play state league. Rowan Jewelers, Pinnacle Garage Doors, Edison Property, Eyes of Claremont. Even I go to Eyes of Claremont. They're fantastic service there. Always get my eyes tested every year. New glasses.
How are the eyes?
Oh, I can still cheat a good line call. But just trying to be a bit more honest now with the line calls.
Don't let that get in your way of your game. I mean, plenty of good players have been bad line callers. Don't worry about that. Thank you, Baz. Always fun talking to you.
You too, and thanks for coming and commentating
No,
today.
it's always a pleasure. Always,
We're looking forward to a great doubles match, and I'd also like to congratulate our groundsman, John Gillette, for preparing great courts today. Anyway, have a good afternoon.
Here. Good on you, Baz. Basil, the State League manager, and a big forehand. You can hear the crowd lifting. We're starting to see some crowd getting involved in this match, trying to get their charger up. Dan Downey just struggling a little physically out there at the moment, not as active and moving between points as quickly as he used to. Jaron Stafford has lifted his game in the last 15 minutes, putting the pressure on Dan. Back on serve now. Super tiebreaker, 1 set all. Oh, the serve called long. Jaron just having a second look at it. Wonderful point. Great all-court tennis from Dan Downey and Jaron Stafford. Court coverage from Dan Downey, second to none. Great quicks around the court. Great athlete, Dan Downey, but we saw the hands from Jaron Stafford. Just allow him to stay in that point. Tough stroke, the overhead backhand smash that he played midway through the rally. Oh, forcing the error, catching the racket frame, pushing it wide. Dan Downey gets the mini break in this all-important super tiebreaker, first to 10 points. 1 set all. Dan Downey out to a fast start against Jaron Stafford, leading 6 games to 2. Serving for the match at 5-4. Fell short. Welcome to the commentary position to Tennis Australia board member, former president of Alexander Park, one of the major sponsors for the Alexander Park State League team, also on-court coach. I mean, your performance today, how would you rate yourself on Jerome's court?
Well, I was a bit down today. But, sometimes when somebody gets on a roll like that, it's hard to undo.
Just stepping away from that match, let's just talk a little bit about Tennis Australia, if you don't mind, with your cap on. Are we going to see all the events played in a bubble in Melbourne this year?
We don't know the answer to that yet. There's still a lot of work going on behind the scenes with various governments across the country. And it's getting towards decision time, but we haven't yet made a decision.
Fair to say we probably won't get an event over here in WA, given the restrictions?
I don't think anything's off the table as yet. But as I say, it's getting closer to decision time, and as you can imagine, the clock's ticking, and there's a lot of sunk costs that go into creating an event, and so you've got to be very certain about what you're going to put out.
Always a wonderful spectacle here today. Sun is out, light, gentle breeze coming left to right. Super tiebreaker, Matty Ebden. The inclusion of Matthew at the club this year has really given the competition, not just the club, but the competition, a real kick along.
Well, I think the competition needs a bit of a kick along, because otherwise, a bit of complacency can develop. I mean, the great thing about this club is all of the members are behind the State League. It's not an us and them type scenario, but bringing Matt into it just adds another element. And as you say, it adds an element to the entire competition. And I would take my hat off to him, because he's got nothing really to gain by coming out and playing. But he comes out and gives his heart and soul, and he's a great mentor to the younger kids.
Yeah. I know Jerome has been doing a lot of practicing, a lot of hitting with and alongside Matty Ebden. I mean, certainly that'll be beneficial longer term, I think, for Jerome. But right now, I mean, where do you see Jerome's game compared to probably this time last year?
Well, look, I think there's still some work to do, obviously, in terms of particularly his front court game and his transition from back to front. that's probably the area that I see him needing to do most work. And I think his shoulder injury probably set his serve back a little bit. I don't know what you think in those terms, but it looks like he's taken a bit off it, and that's possibly something that needs to gather some strength once the muscles around the shoulder rebuild.
I think you hit it on the head. I think probably that front court game of Jerome needs a lot of work. We saw during the coverage Sam really just being the aggressive and the dictating of points and moving forward. And Jerome, if you're off and you're not hitting winners from the back of the court, it's very hard to sit back there and hit winner after winner after winner. So that's probably an area of his game that he really does need to work on. And certainly he served. There's no doubt that he was carrying somewhat of a slight shoulder injury. Tennis Australia, all working well. They went through a nomination process for a couple of re-sitting board members to get them back on. Board stable, set, looking for a big 12 months.
Yeah, well, I think obviously it's a turbulent time at the moment across the world, and the fact that we're doing as well as we are here, I think it is testament to the governments and their actions across the country, and everybody's very resolute, as is the board. And obviously we've instituted a lot of safety measures to safeguard patrons and players for the upcoming summer. And it will cost a lot of money, as it is for all industries and all companies across Australia. But it's something we need to do to ensure that we not just safeguard the event, but safeguard everybody that's coming to it.
Talking to Greg Hudson, former Alexander Park. Well, you've been everything president. You've been Tennis West president, now on the board of Tennis Australia. What have you enjoyed the most in all your roles?
All of them had different positive aspects to them. I think in terms of gaining an understanding of grassroots tennis, Alexander Park gave me a very good grounding. Tennis West, it was a little bit of a turbulent time initially, but we got past that very quickly and had, I think, some success in terms of rebuilding that member association. And then from a Tennis Australia perspective, obviously gone through some turbulence there as well. But it's a very settled board now, and there's a lot of solidarity there. So that's enjoyable. They've all had their highs and lows, fair to say, but that's what any job's about.
Fair to say, making your state league debut at the ripe old age of, we won't say at 50, last year would have been a feather in your cap too.
I don't know if it was a feather in a cap or just an accidental fray, but it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. And I'm hopeful that I'll hold that record for some time.
I think it'll go down as the oldest debutante in state league history. It's very hard. You've broken a number of records, hearts as well along the way, but I think that one will stand for some time. Thanks, Hutchie, as we switch across and look at the dying stages of this match between Jarrah and Stafford, deep into the third set super tiebreak. Hutchie, not too sure what the score is. Haven't kept an eye on that. Must be around about 9 points all. 9-10. Match point to Jarrah. And there it is. Great match. Well played. Jarrah and Stafford dug out a very gutsy win against Dan Downey. Steadfast in defeat. Unfortunately, he'll be ruining that, letting the match slip away after leading a set and a service break, serving for the match. And that brings the tie into 2 rubbers apiece. And if we look around the grounds, a bit of an update about what's happening in the world of WA State League. We'll give you some updates very, very shortly. That being said, and a recap of today's play here at Alexander Park between Alexander Park and Royal Kings Park. First match of the day, Sam Ashton from Kings Park defeated Jerome O'Coney in straight sets. And then we saw Matty Ebden come on and really just show us the class pedigree of Matthew Ebden defeating old combatant, old mate, old rival, old school chum in Brenton Bacon in straight sets in just a little over an hour. Then we saw the conclusion of that match. Jarrah Stafford defeat Dan Downey in a super tiebreaker, 11-9. And Alex, his brother, defeated Dean Cochran in straight sets early in the day. And that brings us to a very live tie, 2 singles rubbers each, looking to bring this day to a pretty exciting conclusion. My name is Brett Patton, broadcasting as part of the Scotty's media coverage team. Hope you're enjoying today's coverage. Looking forward to bringing you the conclusion of this match. Looking forward to keeping you across what's happening in the world of tennis at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning alongside Darren the Big D, Pat. I'm sure that people will want to know what's happening and very interested in seeing and hearing from some of the colourful characters that play this game. Of course, we've got Goran Marozsan on tomorrow morning. Goran Marozsan is a Perth boy. He honed his craft on coaching. Coached for a lot of years in Turkey. He was a coach of Nikolai Bashevelli, who came over here and played in the ATP Cup for Georgia. Tremendous talent. We also saw Goran coach for a number of years Harriet Dart, Federation Cup player out of the UK. Just to wrap up today's play so far, a couple of the other matches being played from around the grounds. Dalkeith Tennis Club are all leading 3-1 against Cottesloe. Derek Pham defeated Will Hahn in straight sets. Scotty Webster defeated Scotty Jones in a super tiebreaker. Josiah Tyson was beaten by Tim Wood in straight sets. And Zach Viala defeated Adam Kehan. And the doubles, Derek Pham and Scott Webster for Dalkeith are trailing Scott Jones and William Hahn 6-2, 2-1 in the doubles. And in the other doubles, we're seeing Josiah Tyson and Zach Viala leading set 5-2 against Timmy Woods and Adam Kehan. If we skip across to Hensman Park, Hensman Park come up against UWA. Hensman Park are leading 3-0. Zach Eckstein is up a set and a break against Ethan Dunn. Reece Johnson defeated Kendrick Chi in a super tiebreaker, 10-8 the third. Matty Burton, star on the rise, son of Ash Burton, defeated Jasper Patterson 7-5, 6-1. Nathan Cook an easy win over Nathan Lim 6-1, 6-2. I'll give a shout out to Kerry Wagnall, the president. Unfortunately, she can't be here today. She's off celebrating her husband's birthday, my understanding is. 7th year as president of Alexander Park Tennis Club. Quite an accomplishment, but no doubt she's celebrating a lot more years of marriage. That's what you got to look after your husband on their birthday. I want to give a shout out to all those fathers, uncles and grandpas and pops celebrating their birthday throughout November. It's a great month for birthdays. Yours truly will be celebrating his birthday on Monday. If you want to give me a shout out, please do on the Scotty's website, YouTube. Tune in. We do a bit of around the grounds to see what's happening. And some of the crowd we're seeing slowly building. A couple of the fans are trekking in from all over Perth to get a glimpse of some of the best WA State League players and enjoying it so far. My name is Brett Patton. Stay tuned. We'll be right back, bringing you up to date with what's happening in the Men's State League doubles. Welcome back. Round 4, WA State League. Men's competition, Alexander Park playing Royal Kings Park. All tied up 2 rubbers apiece. Closest to the camera, we're seeing Jaron Stafford and Brenton Bacon from Royal Kings Park Tennis Club competing against Matthew Ebden and Jerome O'Coney. Matthew Ebden, of course, for our viewers, former top 40 player in the world, Australian Open mixed doubles winner only a few years ago. Played Davis Cup for Australia and won a bronze medal at the Delhi Commonwealth Games back in 2010. Quarter long, we're watching the Downey brothers from Alexander Park, Dan and Alex Downey, competing against Sam Ashton and Dean Cochran from Royal Kings Park at the far end of the court. Today's tie, all tied up, 2 rubbers apiece. All State League ties, played 6 matches. First team to win 4, or if it's 3 rubbers all, they come down to sets and then games. Looking forward to a really entertaining doubles. Brenton Bacon, quite the accomplished doubles player. Jaron Stafford back after a couple of years away in Switzerland, I should say, in the home of Roger Federer. I understand he was hitting with Roger Federer on a number of occasions. Sharing a few tales about Roger's time here at the Hopman Cup. Looking forward to this match being very entertaining. My name is Brett Patton. This broadcast is, of course, brought to you by Scottish Media. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast, bringing you live coverage of the men's and women's State League competition all through the Australian Summer of Tennis. For all updates tomorrow morning, tune in. Court Talk on 91.3 Sport FM, 8 a.m. I'll be sitting alongside my big brother, Darren the Big D Pat, keeping you up to date with what's happening all over the world of tennis. Matthew Ebden serving closest to the camera. Running through some tactics with Jerome O'Coney. Serving to Brenton Bacon, left-hander, Kings Park. Beautifully positioned straight down the tee. Crowd something built up here nicely. Big crowd support. 2 rubbers all heading into this doubles. Of course, doubles is all about teamwork, tactics. Always talking, players communicating, talking about where they're serving, where they're moving. Misunderstanding on that occasion. Jarrett Stafford just after that singles, full of confidence, full of life. Coming back from a set down and a breakdown in that match against Dan Downey to scratch out a win. Super tiebreaker, 11-9 in the third set. Matty Ebden serving. Big serve again, straight down the tee. Nice ace. A little bit of, see a lot of that. High-fiving, fist pumping, back slapping. A lot of talking between the two combatants from Alexander Park. We see furthest from the camera, the Kings Park team, again talking tactics, where they're going to serve. Interesting game. Doubles has evolved over the years. A lot of movement in the net, a lot of different formations. Interesting to see some of the tactics going to be implemented in today's match.
Yeah, we'll circle back there.
On serve, Jerome O'Coney serving furthest from the camera to Brenton Bacon, Alexander Park and Kings Park. All tied up today's time, 2 rubbers apiece. Broadcasters courtesy of that Scotty's Media, Scotty Walsh. My name is Brett Patton, part of the Court Talk commentary team. Hope you've enjoyed today's broadcast. Looking forward to bringing you more broadcasts throughout the summer of Australian tennis, men's and women's WA State League. Beautiful balmy day here out at Alexander Park. Not a drop of breeze. Beautiful conditions. Sunset at 6:45 today. Still got an hour and 3/4 to get through these matches. If you don't mind, the crowd getting right behind that passing shot of Matty Ebden. Up and about, a lot of fizz in the air. Putting on a real show, Matthew Ebden. Oh, if you don't mind. Straight back at you, he says. Whatever you can do, I can do better. Darren Stafford leaning in on that backhand return. Caught on camera. Beautiful running forehand down the line, catching the outside edge of the line. Outstretched arm of Jarrett. Couldn't do anything about that. Simply sensational. Bit of fisting between Matty and Jerome. Acknowledging that great running forehand. First serve fault. No, let, I should say. Let. Need the Hawkeye on the let court. Took a bit of pace off that first serve, Jaron Stafford. Just slowing down, catching Jerome. Oh, a bit going on in that second court as well. The quick hands at the net between Sam and Dean Cochran. Crowd enjoying this wonderful day's play at Alexander Park Tennis Club. Fourth round of the Men's WA State League competition. 121st year of the competition. Alexander Park. From memory, I don't think he's actually won the WA State League. Kings Park have won it a number of times over the journey. I think over the last 25 years, some of the more prominent clubs winning State League have been Hensman Park, Cottesloe, Mozzie Park has won one, Greenwood's won one. Really been heavily dominated by Hensman Park and Cottesloe. Can't be said for the women's though. Women's competition have been dominated by early doors. 10 years ago by City Beach. Wonderful players come out of that part of the world. Over recent times, Hensman Park again in the women's competition have also been very strong. Blue Gum Park, Kings Park, last few years are really dominating. Big serve by Emma T. Jaron Stafford, just missing that off camera. Swing wide, caught that a little wide. Oh, beautiful touch by Brett Bacon. Such the quality in the class of his hands. World class. One of the hardest shots, running back with the flight of the ball and really just cutting across the ball straight in front of Matty Ebden. They change ends, 2 games to 1. 3 games to 2, I should say, to Royal Kings Park. We flick across to the Downies playing against Dean Cochran and Sam Bastion. The Downey brothers are down an early break, serving at love 3. Bit of razzle dazzle can come off, a little hot dogging, made famous by Yannick Noah, the between the legs. Not to be on that occasion. A bit of a lazy shot, really. I don't think you need to be hitting the between the legs. Nick Kyrgios likes to do it all the time. He's the ultimate showman here in Game on Feet in the men's game. Some of the great entertainers around WA tennis. Brenton Bacon is one, Sam Ashton another. Been blessed to have the 2 boys playing today's broadcast. Great to see Matty Ebden again, world-class player playing for Alexander Park. First time in State League for a number of years. Matty Ebden serving down 3-2. Crowd support building. You can see on top of the camera. Been rolling through, probably on average 100 spectators down here watching. It's been a splendid day's play. Statistician just give me the indication. The click has ticked over 1,000 people coming through the gates here. Or waiting for Matty to take his shirt off at the end of the match. Hard to pick a court to stay tuned to, such as the quality of the tennis across both the courts. Dean Cochran and Sam Ashton really playing some wonderful tennis on the court number 2. Early break against the Downey brothers from Alexander Park. Big flippy forehand by Brenton Bacon. Jaron just continuing on from his completion of his singles, hitting the ball clean. Took him probably about 40 minutes to get into his swing, Jaron Stafford, in his singles, but once he did, well, he started hitting the ball clean with power and pace. Sort of what we expect from Jaron. It's taken a little while to get off the mark here in State League this year. The first couple of rounds, just finding his feet. Certainly hit his straps today, late in that match against Dan Downey. Floating long. Brenton Bacon. Felt like an eternity to land. Yeah. And the great peanut thieves and Claude O'Coney. We flick across to the court number 2, Downey brothers, closest to the camera. Down and break, Sam Ashton serving from Kings Park. Just catching the top of the cord, just bouncing back on their side. Still, it's all about teamwork out here. Keeping your partner up, energised, positive. Miss a shot, move on. Great return of serve, Dan Downey. Off backhand, just catching Dino, trying to cross. Sam Ashton serving. Alex Downey. Alex full of confidence after his singles win today against Dean Cochran. Pushed it long. Unfortunately, Dan slipped as he hit that ball, and Dino got out of the way pretty quickly. Enjoying the hospitality here at Alexander Park. Some of the Moorish heated nuts from the bar. Drinks are flowing. Bar is open. Crowd's filling up. Good mix of old, new, male, female. Great community club, Alexander Park. Beautiful hands from Alex Downey. Making some inroads here. Of course, all doubles matches. It's a sudden death advantage, sudden death juice. The returner nominates the side they want to return at the juice, and you play 1 point, sudden death. No advantage played in doubles. And we just saw it then breaking back. Downey brothers back on serve, 3-2. Beautiful return by Alex Downey. As we switch across to the top court, closest to the camera, the Kings Park duo of Brenton Bacon and Jaron Stafford leading 4-3. Solid return, just put away by Matty Ebden. Man of his quality will not miss that high backhand volley straight on top of the net. Nice jamming serve into the forehand wing. Jaron Stafford is forcing him to play a chip return, which is not normally his preferred go-to stroke. Likes to get over that forehand, hits it with a lot of pace and power. again jamming up the long chip return by Bretton Bacon worked on that occasion. Want to do it too often against the quality of Matty Ebden going back for an overhead smash. Got away with it. 30-15. Beautiful hands. Good crossing. Great turn of pace from Matty Ebden on his toes, looking to take the opportunity when it presented. Didn't on that occasion. Ball floating from the forehand from Darren Stafford. Two boys far end of the court, Alexander Park, talking tactics. Where Jerome's going to serve. And worked up a treat. Well held, Jerome O'Connor. Service game, 4-all from top court. And on serve on the bottom court between the Downies from Alexander Park against Dean Cochrane and Sam Ashton from Kings Park. Broadcast brought to you by Scotty's Media. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today. My name is Brett Patton. Tune into Court Talk tomorrow morning, 8 a.m, 91.3 Sport FM. Big D and I give you the wrap of WA State League with Astrid Cancer and Jerome O'Connor. Speaking to Goran Marajan, Supercoach. Special guest. Beautiful low volley from Jaron. Such is the quality of the player. Again, took him a little while to get going today. Once he's found his straps, certainly hasn't looked back. Catching a glimpse of both courts, courtesy of Scotty's Media. The main camera on the top court. Jaron Stafford's about to serve, 4 games all. The top left portion of the screen was seeing the second court, Dean Cochrane and Sam Ashton against the Downey brothers from Alexander Park. Hope you enjoyed today's play. Over 4 hours of continuous play today. Nice kicking serve, Jaron Stafford. Enjoying today's broadcast, give us a thumbs up. Ask a question. Gladly talk to you about all things tennis, whether it's local, national, international. Beautiful work. Hope you get a glimpse of that on top of the screen. Beautiful hands. All 4 players playing their part. Oh, uncustomary forehand lot. Miss, I should say, from Matty Ebden. Certainly the day's ties on a knife's edge. 2 rubbers apiece. Both matches on serve. Skip across to court number 2, Dean Cochrane. Serving. 3 games all, first set. That's the Alexander Park duo, the Downey brothers. Sam just giving Dean a few tips of where to throw the ball toss. Long serve. Kings Park duo got out of the blocks very quickly in this doubles match, going out to a 3-love lead. Worn down by the Downey brothers, broke back moments ago. Nice hands down. He just got it up in a spot that Sam couldn't control. $15.30, 3 games all. Opportunity here for the Alexander Park duo to break. There, forehand on top of the net. Sam Ashton won't miss too many of those, but he did. Serve by Dino. Starting to feel a little bit of pressure here. Pressure stage of this first set, 3 games all. It's Tony Trobert set, the all-important 7th game. There it is, break of serve. Duo of the Downey brothers on a run of 4 straight games in this opening set, leading 4 games to 3. So we skip across to the top court. Jerome O'Coney, Matty Edmond closest to the camera. Just coming into shot now. On serve, down 4-5, first set against Brenton Bacon and Jaron Stafford. All tied up at 2 rubbers all. You're going up to Jerome at the volleys. Brenton Bacon has identified Jerome as, of the duo, probably the slower hands. Not as experienced around the net as Matty Evan. On that occasion, it certainly showed. Hello, ladies.
How are you?
The A graders, the WAGs, have come to join us. Skip across and seeing some of the ladies enjoying what they're seeing out here on court 1 and court 2. Come up close to our commentary position. No doubt enjoying some of the hospitalities. A little bit of the rosé going down. You're on camera, ladies, so yeah, just lifting the ratings. We might get over there and get a moment in a moment, just have a bit of a chat. We're enjoying the hospitality.
Racket mid.
You know why they tape the rackets?
Well, I'm just saying that.
You would have made a few lads very sweaty around the palms in your day. I would imagine that you understand that you got to change the grip every now and then.
Well, I was just saying that even if I concentrated on doing that for about an hour, not playing a game.
90 seconds changeover. You're allowed to strip down, drink, undo the grip.
I couldn't do a grip in 90 seconds.
Some special comments from some of the Alexander Park WAGs. Beautiful serve, Matty Ebden. Big serve, closing stage of this first set. All important opening set of this top doubles. Matty Ebden, Jerome O'Coney. Oh, hey.
Come on, Danny. Come on, Danny.
Welcome back. This broadcast is brought to you by Scotty's Media. Scotty's just been swanning around, getting production ready. He's come in, sitting almost on my lap as we're watching Matty Ebden and Jerome O'Connor dropping the opening bowl. 6 games to 4 to the Kings Park duo. Dan Downey won the first set 6 games to 3.
Big surprise, all right.
Jerome just giving it, and a big fist from Matty Ebden. Boys don't mind doing a little bit of come on, a little bit of vamos. Allez. The women's club captain is a little bit inundated with Matty Ebden. She's waiting for him to get the shirt off. Dean Cochran's another player who'd get the shirt off at the drop of a hat. Something for everyone down here, men and women alike. Brought to you by Scotty's Mini. Tune in to Court Talk 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll have some more robust discussion. Just having some discussions off camera about the Women's State League. Only 4 teams. A bit disappointing. How do we fix that? I'm sure there'll be plenty of discussion tomorrow. Along with the results from the WA State League, men's and women's. Great day's play. Also, Division 1, Alexander Park team coming up against Mount Lawley. Mount Lawley, the likes of Adam Howard, tennis stalwart for many years, playing State League, and also Australian over 45 singles champion, Reece McDougall, playing for Mount Lawley Tennis Club. You enjoyed today's play. Certainly enjoyed bringing it to you. Plenty of tennis left. Sunset at 6:45 today. Plenty of time to get through these matches. Brenton Bacon just leaning on that forehand. Sneak across to the bottom court. Dean Cochran and Mashinen up against the Downey brothers. Downey brothers taking an early lead, 6 games to 3 in the opening set, coming back from 3-love down. All tied up here. Top court, Kings Park got 1 set to love. Bottom court, Alexander Park up 1 set to love. 2 all after the singles. No, this is a great view. No issue with the view from where I'm sitting. Wonderful view of today's tennis. If you don't mind. Hope you're enjoying today's tennis. Cochran floating that backhand, catching Dan and just nailing it for a volley winner. Crowd starting to fizzing up a little bit. Jaron Stafford serving closer to the camera. Alexander Park up early break in the second set. Up 2-love after dropping the first set 6 games to 4. Good day, man. Classy forehand, Darren Stafford. Crowd have gone up as 1.
Yeah. Not sure whether the camera's behind it. You got 2? Last one. Go, mate.
Certainly enjoy the sounds of the crowd getting excited here. Late stages of the men's doubles, Alexander Park versus Kings Park, the Alexander Park Tennis Club. Flick across, close to the camera, Sam Ashton and Dean Cochran coming up against Downey Brothers. Downey Brothers got the first set 6-3, start of the second set. Changing ends, dropping serve. Again, like the start of the first set, Downey Brothers got off to a very slow start at the start of the match, dropping opening bowl. They've done the same here. They did fight back and win the second set, but the tennis to be played. 2 singles all. Alexander Park on the top court with Matty Edmund and Jerome O'Connor trailing by 1 set to love, but up 2-1 with the break in the second set.
Go, boys. Go ahead, mate. Come on, boys. Let's get straight back. Come on. Come on.
Double fault. Few and far between by Matty Ebden. Did drop his opening. Certainly he dropped his serve to lose that first set. So he did dig deep here, up a service break in the second set. Matty Ebden serving to Brenton Bacon. Royal Kings Park. Didn't look wide, didn't look long. Brenton called it long. His partner overruled him, said no, not on my watch, Brenton. Closer to the camera, Jerome O'Connor putting on a real show. And the crowd getting right behind their club in the later stages of this time between Alexander Park and Kings Park. Matty Ebden just spraying that backhand long. He's been very consistent today. Certainly in the latter stage of this doubles match, a couple of loose, errant returns. Beautiful return. Set up by the return of Matty Ebden. Little chip backhand down at the feet of Brenton Bacon by Jerome. Hope you're enjoying today's coverage, courtesy of Scottish Media. The crowd starting to get very vocal at the stages of this match between Alexander Park and Kings Park. Kings Park coming off a 4-2 loss against Peppermint Grove last week, putting themselves in a pretty good position heading into the doubles. Beautiful hands, Jaron Stafford. The quick hands of Matty Ebden couldn't lay racket on that. Matty Ebden receiving, still up a break. Jerome and Matty losing the first set 6-4 to Brenton Bacon, and Jaron Stafford find themselves up a service break in the second set. Alex Downey on the far court. You probably heard the courtside mice. A little bit of disappointment dropping his serve, going down 2 breaks of serve against Dean Cochran and Sam Ashton.
Probably.
Hope you're enjoying today's broadcast, brought to you by Scottish Media. 4.5 hours of live broadcast to a men's state league competition between Alexander Park and Royal Kings Park here at Alexander Park Tennis Club. Alexander Park, situated in the leafy suburb of Menora, stuck right bang between Mount Lawley, North Perth and Yokine. Closest to the camera, Royal Kings Park, Jaron Stafford and Brenton Bacon. Furthest from the camera, Matty Ebden and Jerome O'Connor from Alexander Park. Currently leading 4-1. The second set after dropping the first set 6-4. My name is Brett Patton. Tune in tomorrow morning at Core Talk on 91.3 Sport FM, 8 a.m. Get your fill of all things tennis throughout WA, across the country, and certainly across the world. Beautiful shot, Jaron Stafford. Interesting choice of shot. Sort of a smash that wasn't quite a smash. past the outstretched arms of Maddie Ebden, I should say. Jerome O'Connor serving. Overplaying that forehand. Nothing to lose. Down a couple of service breaks in the second set. Kings Park Jewett. Worst case scenario, they'll get through to serve a tiebreaker. Singles and doubles going through to a super tiebreaker. Hearing the crowd reaction, the beautiful passing shot by Alex Downey. Just off camera, missing the great coverage, court coverage. Pushed long, Jerome O'Connor looked into the skies. A bit disappointed, thought he had that one. Just didn't dip quick enough. Of course, technology plays a big part in the way the players play the game nowadays. Strings make a big difference. Strings give the ability for players to take big cuts of the ball, put a lot more top spin on. Jerome on that occasion really just didn't get enough spin on the ball. Again, Jaron pushing that long. Old serve, leading 5-1. These type of days wouldn't be possible without great sponsorship from Alexander Park sponsors. 5D. We've got Edison Partners, Claude Iconi Real Estate, thank you. Howard Park Wines, Rohan Jewelers, Pinnacle Garage Doors, and Eyes on Claremont. For those listening in, get out there and start patronising some of our sponsors. It's always wonderful to have people come on board. Grassroots sponsor the great game of tennis at Clubland. Hope you're enjoying this coverage. We've enjoyed bringing it to you. Pushing it wide by Jaron Stafford. Jaron Stafford and Brenton Bacon closest to the camera from Kings Park. Down 5-1 after winning the first set and somewhat of a surprise opening set. 6-4. Jaron Stafford serving wide. Too wide. So we skip across to the second court. Downey brothers serving down 3-love. Against Dean Cochran and Sam Ashenden from Kings Park. Downey brothers from Alexander Park winning the opening set, 6-3. Down 2 breaks of serve, 3 breaks of serve in this second set. On track to go to a third set super tiebreaker. Looks like this day is going to go to a super tiebreaker in both doubles. 2 rubbers apiece. Set apiece in the doubles almost. It's going to be decided by 2 super tiebreaks. Just a little bit of tennis to go before we get to the super tiebreak. You see Jaron Stafford serving closest to the camera, just talking to Brenton Bacon where he wants to put the first serve. sitting right on top of the net, Jerome. Still, you'd want to be dumping those when you're leading 5-1, then in the tighter stages of the match. Let's see the back of the courts. All Tennis Club coming up against Alexander Park in Division 1.
Come on. Let's get a game here. Come on. Early to mid-30s. SW is called it.
Let's go, please. Just skipping across to this court number 2, Sam Ashton, far end, serving. Nice touch, unfortunately. Can't. Broadcast brought to you by Scotty's Media. My name is Brett Patton, part of the Art Court Talk commentary team. Matty Ebden serving for this second set to take the match into a super tiebreaker. Matty Ebden serving closest to the camera. Up 30 love, 5-2. Serving high percentage first serves. Dropped his serve, trying to square the ledger at 5-4 in the first set. Finds himself serving for the second set at 5-2. Big serve again. Crowd really starting to lift and appreciate the efforts Matty Ebden's putting in. Former top 40 player in the world, former Australian Davis Cup player, winner of the Australian Open mixed doubles. Bronze medalist, Commonwealth Games back in 2010. 40 love, 5-2. Need to square this ledger. And there it is, bringing this match to a concluding super tiebreaker third set. All important third set. Rubbers tied, 2 singles apiece. Third set super tiebreaks. We skip across to court to Alexander Park and Royal Kings Park. Deep into this second set. Alexander Park trailing love 5 after winning the first set. 6-3. Looking to push this match into another super tiebreaker. Sam Ashton serving, getting some hand singles by Dean Cochran. There it is, Downey brothers finding themselves deep into a third set. Super tiebreaker, first to 10 points. Probably a fitting result, both these matches, and tie comes down to a third set super tiebreaker in both matches. 2 singles rubbers apiece. Set each in the doubles. Coming down to the all-important super tiebreaker. First to 10 for our listeners, for our viewers. First to 10 points with a margin of 2. Some of the girls enjoying the hospitalities of the Howard Park Wine is one of the sponsors here at Alexander Park Tennis Club. Of course, 5D. Edison Property Group, Claude Ione Real Estate, wonderful to see. Rowan Jewelers, Pinnacle Garage Doors, and Eyes on Claremont. First serve fault, Brenton Bacon, serving to Matty Ebden. Nicely played. A big fist from Matty Ebden. Very pumped up over that mini breaker serve. Again, it's not a normal tiebreaker. It's first to 10 points. Anything can happen between the first and the last point. Implemented WTA, ATP level. All doubles at ATP Tour level generally are played super tiebreaker, third, first to 10 points. We've adopted that here. Matty just giving a second look at that. Ball was called wide. Nice second serve. Kicking up high to the backhand return of Jaron Stapp. We caught him a little bit flat-footed. All fired up, Matty Ebden, looking to lead his charges home.
Give it going, Dave.
Yeah, the crowd getting behind their charges. Matty Ebden to serve. 2-love. Super tiebreaker, third set against Royal Kings Park. Wide serve again, just missing. It's a little wide. Wasn't by much, probably a half an inch, but a right call for Brenton Bacon. Beautiful deep forehand volley, Matty Ebden. And really starting to fire up. Trying to will his partner, Jerome O'Coney, up and about. Seeing the start of the super tiebreaker between the Downies. Sam Ashton and Dean Cochran. Oh, beautifully floated backhand down the line. Jaron Stafford serving, down love 3, super tiebreak. Beautifully played, great hands. Nice hands from Jaron Stafford. Again, just showing his talent around the net. Such prodigious junior talent. And a couple of years away from the game at top level with his work, travel commitments. Now finds himself back playing for Royal Kings Park, putting a good count of himself. Serving down 1-3. Forcing the overhead error. Jaron Stafford and the crowd just letting him know. Quite a parochial crowd here at Alexander Park in the veranda, late this Saturday afternoon. Fourth round of the men's WA State League competition.
I know you like.
Squeals have run. Unfortunately, Jerome did all he could. Couldn't run that last smash down. Back on serve. Super tiebreaker. Alexander Park. The Downey brothers from Alexander Park, Kings Park, I should say. Struggling with the words this late into the broadcast. Nearly been on air 5 hours. Hope you've enjoyed today's broadcast. Brought to you by Scotty's Media. My name is Brett Patton. Tune into our Court Talk tomorrow morning. 8 a.m, 91.3 Sport FM through the Court Talk website, Sport FM website. Chopping down on that backhand volley. 5 points, 4 points to 2. Change of ends, still a mini break here on the top court with Matty Ebden and Jerome O'Coney. Sliding serve out to the backhand of Brenton Bacon. Snatched at that backhand return. Didn't get enough follow through. Brenton Bacon ready to serve. Down 2 points to 5. First to 10 points with a margin of 2 points. Third set super tiebreaker. Serving for Kings Park against Alexander Park. Oh, beautiful touch. Jaron Stafford. Again, showing his class, particularly around below the knees. Renowned for his serve and volley. His great hands as a junior. Push. Beautiful running forehand. Maddie Edmund, the crowd going up as one. Really getting behind, getting excited. Jaren's asking the call was just long. Ball definitely in, no doubt about that. Crowd really starting to get behind the Downey brothers on the bottom court. Maddie Ebden ready to serve. Up a mini break in the super tiebreaker third set. As we're enjoying today's play, courtesy of at Scotty's Media. Maddie Ebden serving. Jaren Stafford. Percentage of first serves have dropped away a little bit late to this match. Fair to say it's been a long day out on court for Maddie. Beautiful deep volley, Maddie Ebden. Jaren really just couldn't rip that forehand. Has played a superb day. Apologise for some of the on-air commentary behind here. There was, for our listeners in there, trying to be politically correct. Sam Pokey, one of the finest pokey bowls. Sure, if you just ask at any IGA for a Sam Pokey bowl, you'll be able to get a discount. Happy to support all the local businesses, Alexander Park, in and around. Sam Pokey Bowls. Do yourself a favour, as Molly Meldrum would say. North Perth. Big serve. Great return from Jerome O'Coney. Big smash. Starting to see the athleticism from Jerome Stafford that we haven't probably seen in the last year or two. Really starting to find his feet at state league level again. As they change ends. Alexander Park up a mini break. Switch across to the Downey brothers. Alex serving to Dean Cochrane. Super tiebreaker. First to 10 points, third set. Big serve down the middle, just catching Dino on a somewhat of a tricky hop there. Returning serve against Jaren Stafford. Up a mini break in the third set. Beautiful play, point. Crowd really starting to lift. Final stage of this third set super tiebreaker. Matty Ebden just giving a smile to some of his fans courtside.
Let's go, boys.
Jerome O'Coney serving. Still up a mini break. First to 10 points. With an advantage of 2 points in the first to 10 tiebreaker. Lovely body serve, forcing Jaren to push that off forehand just a little wide. And there's the conclusion of the Downey brothers and Kings Park. Looks like Kings Park defeated the Downey brothers. Super tiebreaker in the third set. 9-5, match point. Jerome O'Coney. If you don't mind it, just a misjudgment on the behalf of Jerome O'Coney. Still find themselves 9-6 up. So we've got 3 match points. 1 on serve, 2 returning serve. In this point here, we'll square the ledger at 3 rubbers apiece, and we'll come down to sets. And if the sets are equal, it'll come down to games. 6'9", Brenton Bacon serving. There it is. There it is. Crowd go up as one. Wonderful day's play here at Alexander Park. Conclusion of today's play. Watching it 3 rubbers apiece. The last 2 doubles split. One for Kings Park, one for Alexander Park. Both in a super tiebreaker. Jerome O'Connor and Matty Ebden defeating Jaron Stafford and Brenton Bacon in the super tiebreaker. 10-6 in the third set. And the Downey brothers unfortunately going down to Dean Cochran and Sam Ashton in the super tiebreaker in that third set. 3 rubbers apiece. We'll have to go to the scorecard, see where the sets lie, and if it's all equal, we'll come down to games. We'll keep you updated with the score in a couple of moments' time. Quick update around the grounds for WA State League Round 4. As we see here today, Alexander Park defeating Royal Kings Park. 3 rubbers all, back on sets, won by a set on the day. Dalkeith currently leading 3 sets, 3 rubbers to 1 against Cottesloe. That's just still in play. And Hensman Park currently leading UWA 3 rubbers to love. Been a great day, full day's play here. Nearly 5 hours of play here at Alexander Park Tennis Club. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast. We've enjoyed bringing it to you, courtesy of at Scotty's Media. My name is Brett Patton. Tune into our Call Talk tomorrow morning, 91.3 Sport FM, 8 a.m. We'll give you an update of the day's play, all that's happened across the world of tennis. Talk through some of the intimate stories that's been happening. Of course, we like to give you an update around everything, so you're across most things in the world of tennis as we get ready to do some courtside interviews.
I'll take a moment there. That's great. This one's not so good.